I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're going to do another live stream today. Let me fuss with my windows and things a little bit. I would like to have a visible chat window because we're doing another coding stream today, and I'll just see where that goes. I'm a little tired and wore out, seeing as I just had to handle a late March blizzard kind of thing. And by that I mean we got a lot of nasty, heavy, wet snow, and I ran around shoveling both myself out and got caught in a situation where I was out there with the shovel. Nobody else was out. Everybody had giant berms from the snowplow in front of their driveways that were just barely manageable, and it was starting to sleet. And the temperature was dropping. So everybody on my street was going to end up with ice. Solid blocks of ice stopping them from getting out. So I ran around and tried to get away all of the giant berms of snow before it hardened into ice. One guy even saw me do it. He was very happy. So I'm a little tired this week, but I'm looking forward to the fact that the week is, with a bit of luck, not going to be too unusual and weird. Last week I got thrown off because I had to cut off the Tuesday live stream because the chimney sweep came and needed me to let him in so he could run around doing his chimney sweep thing. It was a new guy, too. It was a complete stranger, and that always throws me. I'm sure there are some people there who can relate to that. It's a very much sort of not enough spoons kind of thing. Not everybody will get that, but those who do, those who know, you know. And what I'm looking to do today is sort of some maintenance type stuff. I am in particular thinking about, let me see if I can, I can't really get that out of the way very effectively, can I? Oh well. So we'll not worry about that so much. I'm stuck with it. Instead, it's time to have a look at some things. I've got some audio clips here. And I am going to want to work on that meter again. I do not know how well this is going to work, but there are several things that I want to do today. And I'm going to do them while doing my little chat to, at this point, it's pretty much anybody who's watching later. Like if you're watching through digging into old live streams, well, then I have entertainment for you or whatever, because early on, this time in the morning, it seems like it is a rare person who shows up and says hi. Hi, if you have showed up. That doesn't mean I don't have work to do, though. So you can't see the one audio clip that's most important to what I'm about to do this morning, which is Nirvana. And literally all the rest of these are examples of, not to say doing it wrong, so much as examples of a particular kind of modern production. See, this is a recent Descendants record. I would love to get a hold of All by the Descendants again. That was a little older. I don't think it would have ended up looking like this. If you zoom in on it, you can see that it's pretty loud. You can see that there is some bass in here, but on the whole, it's just a blinding splat of one of the things I'm hoping to do today is make a plugin in the retro environment, which I'm going to be maybe using for my evergreen stuff. Some people are noticing that I'm interested in getting into the evergreens thing again. What that will be for is a sort of sputter effect. Something where if I put it on, it will go dead silent for pretty much all of the time, with just little bursts of blip, a glimpse of the correct sound, and then it's gone again, like well under a second. I'm not sure how long I can make it. I can probably study React channels and what they do to get away with their thing. In particular, I have been a fan of JUCE for a while, and so I could check that, see how long his little clips are. He does a little fade in, and then it's a little burst of the sound, and then it's gone again. I don't know whether he would have researched and found out how long you can get away with, but whatever he's doing seems to be working. And what it'll be about is enabling this, which is, of course, my meter, and I've currently got it set up so that if I play it, you don't hear anything. And I can show you some stuff. I have the collection of things I hope to make evergreens about. I'd like to be able to show people this stuff. And this is an example of how not to do it. Or at least by my standards, how things are meant to be mixed, how things will stand up later and continue to work for people on into the future. You need to not do this. This is a very limited. The one thing that's good about this is that there is a degree of punch with the actual drums, which is understandable because, like Bill Stevenson of the Descendants, has always been an amazing drummer. But you get no information in peak energy at all. It's all just a splat. You get no information in slew energy. That's also kind of like a splat, except for it's just pegged. And the zero cross meter is the only thing that actually shows that there is music in there. And it's not enough, but it's an okay picture. This is a picture of loud. It's a picture of predominantly energy above 200 hertz and going up almost as high as 2K. These lines being 20, 200, 2K, and 20K. And I've got some other examples. For instance, I really enjoy this band and I really enjoy their music, but their sound is not acceptable because this is SEMPTY with a bunch of really gifted musicians. Unfortunately, no, that's a silent bit. It's little bursts of always everything louder than everything else. It's a great sound, but you need peak energy to be able to articulate it. And so SEMPTY is another example of we've got it going on as far as zero crossing stuff is concerned. But all of our peaks are too loud and too aggressive. My concept of this meter, it's going to be adjusted because I'm going to be adjusting it based on another track that I'm going to bring in. But like when you have the band blasting away like this, it flattens. And when it flattens, you need these little spikes, which are transient punches, but you don't have them. Most of the time, you don't have the ability to put a spike of percussive impact, much less direct it towards the actual impact of the note. To make a spike like this over something as dense as this, the spike itself has to be very flattened out. I wonder if I can find that on the... see if I scoot back to here. I think that is the same. No. Well, we're getting up to the point where I saw before. I'm looking for a particular section. And there it is. And then I'm going to look for, like, this bit over here. You can see where my mouse cursor is, which is coming right up, and then I'm going to stop it and try to investigate that in the actual waveform. Yeah, there we are. And if I close that and then zoom out centered on this, it's going to be this part. And this is supposed to be a ginormous kick drum and hats and everything, all of this kind of stuff, bursting forth. And it's completely stifled. It's completely unable. And not only that, on a normal drum sound, this bottom spike is where all the energy is carried. You can see that one thing that's happening is we do have a nasty high frequency zap in the beginning because it is sculpted in such a way that it does a little quaver before going into the full-on flat top behavior. And that's very well sculpted for what it is, but this is supposed to be a big dynamic spike. This bottom part, I could show you, I wonder if I have this in recent. Kind of do. Here's Pink Floyd. That is a dynamic spike too. And this is what you get in modern stuff from a comparably overwhelming drum burst. This is the kick drum. You can see the way the shape is constructed. And you can see it's completely clipped here, and here, and here. Whereas on a recording of Pink Floyd's The Wall, which may or may not be something I can play on stream so that you can actually hear it, we're not doing that today because this is just a live stream, and I'm developing software for this stuff. But you can see what the waveform is meant to do and how far it sticks out over the rest of the sound. This is Pink Floyd in full cry, blasting away as loud as they can. And that's what the attack spike sounds like for the kick drum. This is a track where Nick Mason got better at mixing his drums on The Wall. He talks about how he started working with other people. In some of these peaks, I manually cut them back by a few dB because it was that extreme. I was trying to show off what some of this stuff did. Here's one where I don't think anything was cut back. So there is a kick. And you can even see a similarity between what's happening on the Sempti kick. This is Mike Portnoy on drums. Very, very talented. And you can see how in this one, there's a sort of initial attack that is just this weird spike going into complete and total dead air. This is just flat top. I mean, in theory, you could do a thing, and maybe this is something that I should work on. If anybody would like to see me do this, I can try it. Do a flat top where you sort of high pass everything else and then allow some of the highs to continue to stick out against the flat top. Like, just sort of set it up that way so that stuff is showing through, and that would actually make the flat top louder because there would be more happening rather than just a dead air section of this is only base weight and there's nothing else. Base weight you don't actually hear as clearly. If this, let's adjust the appearance of this, shall we? This is looking bad for stream. And I know I can. Here we go. I know I can adjust this, and so that's just what we're going to do. I want it less pretty, but so we can see what the heck is going on. And this particular outline is set up so that you can only see the center of it, and it's hiding the edges. I don't like that, so we're not going to have that. Also, I've got it so that it is, let's just invert that while we're at it. Back to edit colors. Let's see now. And selected wave can be pitch black. Let's see how well that works. Okay. Yeah, so this still looks like vaguely okay. I've still got a little bit of gradient. It's still a little bit pretty, but you got to be able to see what it's doing. So it should be possible, like this is going to be louder than this, because this is dead air. It's a flat top, it's silence. Whereas this has some flat top, although the more you bounce around in here, the more you're going to get intersample peaking, and that is what this appearance is. That said, I am not sure how much point there is to me being interested in optimizing this kind of stuff, because my feeling is this is simply wrong. This is no good. I mean, it's loud and stuff, and it's a pop-punk band. It's a later album from the Descendants. I dare say they stress out sometimes about how there's, like, you know, Milo Goes to College, etc., and those are considered the big albums, and ones like this often don't stick around, and here would be why. And you compare that with the ability to put forth, I didn't actually even show you what this looks like on the meter that we're going to be working on a little bit today. But what I'm going to be doing is playing music so that you can actually hear it full on. I'll be trying to pick stuff that people have used in React channels, and look at the difference here. This is something of an exaggerated effect. I have the opinion, I'm not sure, it seems to me as if Pink Floyd may have been using dBX on the wall, because it exaggerates the dynamics so much, and because there are some funny artifacts in the loudest spikes that I really noticed when trying to prepare this for doing work with it. And what you get is these hyper-exaggerated drum hits. The drums are like 12 dB hotter than everything else. But no, because this is gray as RMS, and the peak is this black dot, which I might enhance. I might figure out, morning, Jeannie Cardinal. We're doing some programming work, and we're going to be analyzing some of the classic mix. I'm getting ready for the evergreens thing that I promised. I got to figure out how that is working, and part of that involves writing a plugin so that I can export 2 videos for each evergreen video that I make. And I'll initially upload stuff with the correct audio, such as I've got right here in the Pink Floyd's The Wall. Assuming I've found an example of somebody who's actually allowing it on, like there's a React stream out there where somebody's listened to it throughout and not been knocked off the internet for it. There's also stuff that I'll be using, for instance, the Beatles, where I have to develop a plugin that will only allow a little tiny blip of audio every now and then so that you can hear what's going on, and then I can make an evergreen video and just show you this. I can just show you the readings on this elaborate meter, which will tell you the story of what's going on with that stuff. For instance, in the flash here, you see the peaks are going right up to the top here. We can pretty well see where those spikes live. And the body of the sound, RMS, which is what normally people are trying to get up to -6 or so. And if you were watching earlier, you saw that on the Descendants track. RMS is way quieter, so we have a 6, 12, 18, 24 dB between the body of the track and the hottest peaks. That's a 24 dB crest factor. That is arguably a little more than we need. 18 tends to be pretty good. 12, if you're pushing it, you want stuff to sound really big and solid. This is not meant to sound big and solid so much as it's meant to sound epic in size and scope, with the drum beats being the most titanic, earth-shattering things ever. We also see on the zero crossing meter that those zero crossings, one, tend to fixate on particular notes sticking out. That's probably guitar more than anything else. There's also some bass in there. Whenever it makes a darker spot, that's because a couple of peaks were next to each other, or zero crossing lengths were next to each other. But you will also see that it stretches right down to 20 hertz. We've got a couple of spots in here that are literally 20 hertz in the middle of the reverberations of everything. And that shows you the frequency balance and the frequency weight. You compare it to the Descendants one, all of its information was up here between 200 and 2K. That is much louder sounding, but it's not nearly as epic and giant sounding. And we can actually use the bypass switch on this to let through little bursts of audio, much like I'm planning to do a plugin for, kind of like this. So every now and then, you can hear a little burst of something, except for you kind of can't unless I switch it over to SWB audio capture. And then if I do this, oh, wait, no, that didn't actually do anything. I'm sorry, I lie. What I was doing was trying to pipe it through to the direct input for the stream. And the reason I wasn't able to do that was because Twisted Wave is overriding the output with its own. So, what are you going to do? I'm not ready to start pumping audio through the stream anyway. But this is part of what I'm working at. And I can also play through. This is the loud bit. And then we go over to, so yeah, thought ya might like to go to the show. Look at how quiet that is compared to everything else. Again, 6 dB, 12 dB, 18, 24, 30. It's less than 30 dB RMS level. This is quiet, quiet, quiet. It is very, very faint. And it's set up on purpose to allow for what is a very 1970s dynamics, Vinyl record dynamics, by the way. And that's where he goes, you just have to claw your way through this. And that's him there, these tiny, tiny peaks. And then boom, boom. And those attacks go right up to full scale. There's almost nothing around them, interestingly. It's all impact. It's all dynamics. And we can look at the waveform. And see what it is. Interestingly, you notice a certain triangle-y shape about it. There's a reason why I've been very interested in triangle shapes. There's a correlation with classic hit records where the balance of things tends to be towards low frequencies having the appropriate amount of space relative to high frequencies. And you get stuff like this. If you make a titanically loud sounding thing, it will tend to act and sound kind of like this. I know you couldn't hear that. I'll stop trying to demonstrate this stuff. This is going to be for the evergreens. Actually getting to hear it is going to be evergreens. I've also got a couple of other examples. This is Foo Fighters. It's The Pretender. And this is an awesome song. This is it warming up where it's almost immediately as loud as it goes. It's and then once you get to the end of it, it's just overwhelming. So if we look at the end bit, and I like the video for this song. I think it's very dramatic. It's an amazing video. I like the vibe of it, the way that it's highlighted against the appearance of it, but when you actually listen to it, you've got a little quiet bit, sure enough, but then when we go to the finaling, where it's the Foo Fighters blasting away full on, the drums do poke out a little bit, and interestingly, you've got a sort of continued variation of the peaks in there. There's enough space in the mix that we have kind of a dotted line until we don't. Like here, we don't. This is a burst where I think the extra guitars kicked in, making the big final thingy. And here's where it just starts to blast, and there's no space for any variation of any kind at all anymore. My point being, this is bad. As much as it can be made to sound interesting, mixing-wise, mastering-wise, this is hot garbage. It's only happening for competitive reasons, and on any streaming service, this is going to be turned down to blend with other things. This completely fails the iTunes streaming service. It completely fails Spotify. Anything where they are going to deal with stuff that's mastered too loud, they're just going to turn this down and then it loses everything. Up to this point, there is still sort of continued variation. But then beyond there, forget it. You know, you're in big trouble. There's too much going on here. And you'll also notice that the slew meter, this is not actually capping out, but every single bit of the slew meter is blasted too far. And the only thing we've got is a zero cross meter, and the zero cross meter is in fact showing a sort of hit record sound. It can't go very low in frequency because there's not enough there to do it with. But it's a nice sort of cloud. It's a nice variation of sound going on there. If you have heavy concentration of density with anything, then that's a bad sign. But on the whole, this is the part that makes it sound actually good relative to sort of everything else. And then the rest is all far too loudinated. So what I'm looking to do is calibrate the hit record sensor on this. You may or may not recognize it. It's a little bit off the screen. Would you say that was like a vinyl record or something? Because it ain't. That is a bootleg CD, and it's not really a bootleg, much as I downloaded it for measurement purposes, of Nirvana Smells Like Teen Spirit. It's not the vinyl. If I had the vinyl, it would probably show more range and slightly less weight in the highs. This is what a hit record sound that flips the industry on its head really looks like. And I'm sure they didn't design all of these little elements, but all the same, everything sort of came into place. And this is the part right up at the beginning that sort of blows the doors off of everything. We got our little guitar coming in. It's coming in at 612, a 24 dB down. Here's our snare heads, and then the band kicks in. And the band kicks in peaking at -12 on the CD. This is the Nirvana Nevermind CD. There may have been a more recent remaster of it that made everything louder, but this is what would have been out there when it turned the world on its head, except for it probably would have been the vinyl record, because this was like supplanting the hair metal days. People were still listening to vinyl records. I would love to get one of the original copies of that, measure it, and see what that turned out. Now, when I say I want to recalibrate, what I mean is, doesn't it look as if this cloud and this cloud are about equally dense? I feel like going for analyzing stuff that is a real hit record sound, it feels like there should be a correlation there. I could see it being, if you have this cloud of peak energy filling up the space, going right up to the top constantly, but then constantly there is activity all throughout here, and it's all too loud to make a space here, but as soon as you drop back into the regular part of the sound, you still have most of the space being filled up, but then with the additional air and spaciousness in the mix, we're filling up the entire blank area here with a cloud of dynamic energy. This is peak energy constantly using the entire dynamic range of the mix. And it is accompanied by high frequency energy in the slew rate, also using the entire range. And that is what I identify as a hit record sound, because this literally is a genre-defining hit record. I can find others, they'll do the same thing. Especially in the days of vinyl. I could do that with the Beatles records, and they will do the same thing. All of this kind of falls together, and what you also see here is that Nirvana as a band, the combination of all of their sounds does a really wide-ranging sort of sonic palette. Bassiness, upper mid-range, it's just filling up a wide area. There's a particular look that you can learn to identify. And it really does it. Like in the beginning of the verse, we've got a low frequency spike that's dropping right down to, it's getting on close to 20 hertz. It's the low 40 hertz. And so this is a very wide range. It's a range that is comparable to Pink Floyd's The Wall, although it is louder, and it is coming off of a CD rather than a vinyl. So what I'd like to do to start off is dig into this and use this track as a reference to try to adjust the gain of this peak energy. I feel like it's clipping off the top a little too easily. I should be able to make it so that picking out a certain thing, like for instance this is the first bars of Smells Like Teen Spirit. Anybody from that era remembers hearing that blast its way across the radio. I could probably do the same thing with Metallica, for instance. I don't know if no, I don't think I have it on hand. If I had, for instance, the Black Album by Metallica, probably including an early CD release of it, I'd probably be able to get a similar effect. Especially with particularly hit record tracks. So what I'd like to do here is jump back into here, go find how I was doing this. I guess we're in builds. And we'll just jump back into all of this. If I'm really, really lucky, maybe we'll even get a control working on this dumb thing. Because of course this is my meter built into the JUCE thing. This is a JUCE-based graphical user interface application. As such, I don't know how to make it work. And as such, I have been completely unable to make any of the controls talk to the audio thread at all. I'm not a C++ guy. Much of my stuff in audio programming is strictly C. And I simply don't have the background or training. I don't understand what's happening here, and I don't understand how JUCE's internals work, and I don't know anybody who knows who's willing to help me. So we will end up just sort of struggling through this. The thing is, bits of this I should be able to do. Like, this is all kind of weird. I don't get why we have to have little bits of this. Maybe I can just do my own version of this by copying this behavior. I do not think it's appropriate to run special little programs just to update things, but it seems to be working here, so maybe this is how this needs to get done. I rather doubt it, but we'll see. I'm certainly able to push a value into the new place. The thing, I don't think this is actually has anything for pushing stuff from the interface into the audio thread. This is pushing stuff from the audio thread into the interface. But that aside, and I'm also considering picking a different shade. I'm not sure whether it's worth making these stripes more obvious. These are our dB markings. That is kind of important, but at the same time, I'm not sure how important that really is. This is just me thinking about that for a moment. Don't worry about it. And what we've got here is where we got our slew controls. So slew control is the square root of this particular form of data times 300. If I make it a smaller number, it will be scaled differently. So we can kind of start with just that. We've got our fill rect. And one thing I'm wondering about, since I don't have this display scaling, and I'm more or less comfortable with that, at least for now, I wonder whether maybe I want to override what I call dx. Dx there is a kind of factor that will determine it will determine how wide the whole thing is. So I've basically got the width of the routine scaling. And I don't know, hey Jonathan, and I don't know whether that's something I'm going to want to keep. or perhaps keep only in certain places. I don't really have to worry about that though. Basically, read it as this. dx is a value that might be 1, and some of the marks I'm making on this screen are closer to a size of 2. So knowing that I have dx there, let's just override that too while we're at it. We'll do it for the zero crosses. We'll see what this looks like. Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying Pitch Nasty. A lot of those things are just kind of fun. They're just kind of fun to play with. And this stuff, oh look, I've got a bunch of blank empty space that I don't really need here. So there's my stuff drawer. So here, let's see what measurement we get if instead we said this should be scaled by 200 instead of 300. And I'm pretty sure I can just build this from here. Hopefully that'll do its job. If not, I'll soon find out. Nope, it seems happy enough. And we switch over to, oh, not there. I guess we switch over to artifacts, don't we? Build doesn't have anything to do with it. And this should probably still be a AU that is broken. It simply does not work. This should probably be a application that works, because the last time I tried it, it worked. This is presumably an AUV3 that works, but I don't know how to use it, and I don't know where you're supposed to put them. It may not work on desktop. And this is the only one that I got that could actually work. So let's replace the previous one and then immediately go and see what we've got. I've covered up what I was previously using. So let's just use the open recent. And now let's see if this is different, and more relevantly, do I need to rescale the amplitude? Okay, some of those marks seem like maybe they're too wide now. I'm not sure I need them to be full width. Maybe dx was better after all. Or I could just have it be 1. Although it certainly gets, dare I say it, the point across, no pun intended. It's making those dots a lot more significant than they were. So that's cool. So what are we looking at as far as relative gain is concerned? First of all, I'm not liking the added density of the dots. I don't think it makes it look nice, so we're not going to keep that. We'll go back to dx, or possibly just 1. We can make it be a lot lighter. Now, regarding this scaling effect, you can see how coming off of the CD, we have the capacity for much larger gain. That said, I should be clipping some of this off. My take is that this borders on still being too bright relative to the vinyl records that I'm primarily using as a reference. So this stuff is peaking out at pretty much as loud as it will go. This stuff is peaking out, but it's covering a wider range. And I'm looking to have the bulk of these peaks sit in about the same place. That suggests that all this needs to scale up a little bit. At times 300, it all went up to literally this top area, and a bunch of it was clipped off. Down here, this is probably too quiet. If I do, and you also see that the quieter sections, the slew markings are right down underneath everything, which is not necessarily wrong, but I'd really like to use this as a sort of reference where if the peaks fill up the entire range over what the RMS is, and the slew fills up the entire range over what the RMS is, that will tell you that it is a wide range, full, warm sound, not overly bright. Whereas if it exactly matches where the peaks are, it's going to be balanced. Because one thing about this track is it's been as satisfying as it is because it is exceptionally well balanced. So let's just quit out of here and go back in. We tried 300 and the bottom area went entirely above here. We've tried 200 and that is literally from here, and we want it to go to about halfway. So we're going to go to a different measurement instead. And let's call it, we'll go from 250 and go from there. Let's also return to DX for these measurements because that didn't look nice. I could go to just 1. We could try that. How about seeing what that looks like then? Oops. Well, that's not going to work. Try that again. I don't know if this is going to draw properly on the screen, but I do know that I can just update everything. See what we got. If this is far too small, what I might do is define something else. See, the dx is width of individual slice. I could also do a dy. It's accurately drawing the individual slices, but it's not drawing in relation to how many pixels it takes up, and now it is. So we'll see whether this does anything. And it's time to do another quick build and see what we've got. I'm going to go run and get another cup of coffee pretty soon. Like I said, it would be very exciting if I was able to dive into this and actually start getting controls happening. I don't know whether my stamina is going to be up for that one, and I do also want to do the audio cutout effect, because the whole idea of putting this stuff out is being able to show people this metering on classic tracks, even if it's classic tracks nobody lets you actually hear anymore. They will block you being able to hear original vinyl of the White Album in order to only let you hear Giles Martin remixes, and that only if you pay for it. Now, I get that paying for music is fine, but something that is that historically important, do the Beatles really, in fact, still need to get paid? Does Giles Martin need to get paid as if he was one of the Beatles? Let's not get into that one. It won't end well. It will lead to much travail. So here we are with our new build, and we're going to see what we've got. In our little test and experiment cycle. Okay, that is looking nicer. It's looking rather dim, and I wonder whether there's anything that I can do about it. Like any way that I can highlight. I could densify the peak energy based on whether it is matching what the RMS energy is. That could be very much a thing, because that would lead to an effect where the density of the spots is directly related. So that would be very interesting, because we're looking at similar calculations here. And it's definitely a little hard to see. So what I'm talking about now is going in there, and it looks as if I can pump the high frequencies up a little more than they are. If you'll see where the horizontal lines are on the meter, you will see that, and I wonder whether I can come up with a comparable thing that I can identify as good on the zero cross meter, because it'll be a separate thing. But what we're talking about is accentuating the darkness of these peak spots based on whether they're accurately matching the relative level. As in, if you have stuff wildly out of balance, such as an enormously powerful peak, but it doesn't have high frequency content to go along with it, that would count as unbalanced. Whereas if you had an extremely bright high frequency peak, but it wasn't it was all brightness, and it wasn't backed up by an even sound, that would count as unbalanced. And I just wonder what I can do in the realm of that. And so maybe this is a... Let's do a quick break. Today I don't think I'm going to be doing that much in the way of sound. I certainly am not ready to play this stuff on the streams, so maybe I'll just fire up stream audio for this. And I can't show the mix of this. I can show the mix of this briefly, though. So yeah, we were going to bump that up a little bit. And here is the mix of one of my tracks. And I don't get to actually show it and also play it at the same time. But I'll tell you what, I will be able to play it. So let me do that. And my track was doing this. So not what I would call well balanced, but it was what I was doing at the time. This is meant to be very deep and bassy, as you can plainly see. I don't have that much, although I was looking into Plastic Man mixes, and I found some very cool stuff about that. Oh, and see, here we have stuff coming in. We've got our... This is akin to stuff I was learning from Plastic Man, where you keep stuff going, and the texture, as shown here, starts changing around significantly as the track goes on. It'll go to areas where the entire slew versus loudness thing wildly changes and turns into something else, or everything drops out, or everything gets really loud. Like here's a section where I believe things are getting more loud, and I do have an okay balance going on here, but I want to be able to depict that more clearly. There was an early version of mastering tools that I had where I was making stuff read as blue if it was registering as like hit record grade tone and stuff. I literally changed the color of what was happening rather than just only changing the density. But I would like to go and make another cup of coffee, and then I'll get right back. So let's put this on. Hey BLD Carla, I'm making a cup of espresso. I'll be back. Alrighty. This is, of course, Welcome to Free Luna. It is an album that I have on Bandcamp. So if you actually like that stuff, unlike some of these other ones, you can actually go and get that one. But what we're doing right now is continuing to fuss with this stuff. And let me scooch this over here. And yeah, we're not quite done. There were some things to try. Let's do one thing at a time, shall we? Because I know that this DX thing, that is meant to be how we play some of these things. It's not necessarily lining up pixel perfect. This is not like a pixel perfect platformer kind of thing. Carla, I have no idea what you mean. I know who Dilla is. Dilla is weird because I, too, am very interested in dynamically varying time. But Dilla does the opposite of what I always want to do time-wise. Dilla likes putting snares early and kicks late. And I do know some of the things that does. Putting things early makes them hit more aggressively, and putting low-frequency things like kicks late means that they're more huge and monumental. I'm more used to that being a thing that you do with bass guitars and stuff, but I have no idea what you mean as far as a Dilla-type compressor is concerned. I've never heard of that before. So let's get back into this. I also don't know what an SP303 or SP404 is. I mean, to me, a 303 is a Roland. It's akin to a Zoxbox. So yeah, I have no idea what that is. Hey, Pecori, I'm reasonably well. The blizzard took something out of me, and I'm looking to do a fairly challenging stream today. But I'm basically fine with that. That seems fine to me. Oh, they're drum samplers? Okay. Yeah, I have no idea what those are or how they had compressors in them. So that's interesting. I've never intentionally emulated a Lavery clip. My experience is basically that the Lavery clip is nothing unusual other than being good. I would say if you're interested in a clip, rather than associating a name with it, dial in something using 80 Clip 8. That's the most recent fancy pants clipper I've made. Yeah, I mean, Carla, if you can explain what you mean by that, you can't just say Dilla compressor and have me understand. You can't just say SP303 or 404 and have me understand if I've never heard of them. So yeah. If it is something that's describable, that might be something I could do. You got to be able to describe it though, rather than you can't just name it. So now I'm wondering what I'm doing with here. Let's see. Let's jump these up to 270, and let's also move some of this stuff around a little bit, because I'm going to want to calculate some of these things relative to each other. In particular, I'm very interested in taking, because these numbers are going to end up in very similar amounts. They're 200 or 400 minus these numbers. If it was 200 and 200, they would be drawing on top of each other. So the more these are the same, the more the value, I don't know how to describe this, which is a pity because it's like I do actually know how that works, but let's see. And then we have 400 going from the opposite direction, but we should be able to, oh no, let's clip these in line with where they are. Bear with me. This might sound like babble, but what I'm doing is finding ways of tell you what, let's see if I can clip out of look at that. I can select out of the chat. So now I've got that as a reminder on my desktop. I will go and listen to J. Light It. I will go and listen to MASH. I will go and look up the Donuts album. And I will see how that pumps. So I've got a reminder on my desktop, thanks to you. There isn't really anything better that I can do than that, but that is as good as I can do for today with regards to following through on that one, which does not mean I'll be able to do the thing, but I'm willing to check it out. Absolutely. For now, I am more focused on moving this text around. Let's do that part. Okay. Oh, no, don't worry about it. Yeah, I don't like thinking poorly of just individual people running around in situations like that. I do not feel badly if you are not able to support me on Patreon. We will all just get by. So here is a little block. Where I can tighten that up a little bit, and now I've got these, and you know what? I can also update these a little bit, because this is going to follow the same. What are we trying to do? We're trying to copy. When working on things, I get very flustered, but this is the guts of what I'm needing to do. We gotta clamp that. We're gonna clamp all of these things. I think 197 is gonna give me an acceptable, it needs to go right up to the top. And I don't know whether I'm gonna need 198 or 197, but this is about the range of how far I can stretch it. Having done that, next thing to do is figure out what our like float dx get width blah blah blah. So we're going to define another variable. And I'm still thinking about what this is, because I want the slew and peak stuff to have a distinct size. Maybe each of the separate ones needs to have their own distinct size, but the slew and the peak sizes are relative to each other, which is important. So I'm thinking, I don't think they really need to scale within themselves very much. Like the size of the dot for peak shouldn't be the same It doesn't need to get much bigger as it goes higher on the screen. And so that's going to be the first number that we use. And now I have to decide what to do with it. So, oh, well, I can think of one thing. I can have separate ones. Because we do have separate left and right. So we're going to do that. So now what do we want? We want to have it get bigger if they are close to each other. And they're all floating point numbers. So if they're the same, it will make a difference of as little as 0. Whereas if they're wildly different, the number is going to become higher. So if we pick a value, for instance, like 3, just as a starter, and then divide it by something, like dividing it by the absolute value of those two things subtracted from each other, we're going to quickly get a very, very small number. We're not going to want it to become too small, so we're going to want to limit it by adding 1. So it's never divided by anything smaller than 1. And then we can scale it somewhat. And we can also throw an if statement in to stop it being too small, but that's, I don't know, I mean, we'll see. This is more just let's wildly experiment with stuff. I could also do a square root. I don't know what happens when you do a square root on 0 if it happened to be 0. But we're counting for that, aren't we? So we're kind of just throwing all the math functions around like crazy, but we want to see whether this does anything useful. So let's then see, let's copy this out. We want it on the right as well. Oh, and we do need to add semicolons is because we're in C. Technically C++, but who's counting? And now we want to make this be the right instead of the left. I'm pretty sure square root of negative values is about the same. All of this looks good enough, so we're going to fire this up and not actually compensate yet. Dot size left. Oops. Oops, meaning that went in the wrong place. There we go. And dot size right. So we are not actually clamping this to be visible. So some of our dot sizes might be too small to see. I'm very interested in seeing what that looks like, even if it is wrong, because it may be completely wrong and yet still worth looking at. And I don't yet have an idea for what to do about the 0 cross, but it'll be something similar to that. In fact, I can skip ahead. This is happier when I specify float for these things, so I see no reason not to do that. And again, we're going to have a left and a right. And then if I figure out something good to do with that, I'll have something good to do with it. And then if I meet anybody who's good at programming in JUCE who's willing to help me, we might actually be able to give this to other people. For now, I'm just going to try to make it better, seeing as I can't distribute it to other people because I can't build it for anything other than just this one use. And even that, I don't know whether it's going to be a helpful. Let's see what we've got. I've scaled bits of it. I now have it scaled to 270. And the change that I've just made might be making it be different in an unuseful way. Let's see what we've got. And we're going to reopen Twisted Wave, and we're going to return to Smells Like Teen Spirit as our metric for the optimal. And honestly, I would kind of like to see this work in this way. And we can barely see anything here, but when it starts kicking in, oh yeah. Mostly we are having a widely divergent range of sounds. I'm learning interesting things about this. So what's happening is we are only getting this registering as a large value. Very, very rarely. Mostly it is turning into an extremely small value that's vanishing away from sight, although every now and then we get an additional spot in there. So what I'm looking at is I can no longer see the detail in here. The idea was to make it so that if the slew and the loudness matched, it would be accentuated. And we have that happening. That is actually working. But what it's doing is it's only working when they're both literally clipped. And then also, it's not really happening through most of this range. Every now and then it is. But they don't really line up that often, so the scaling is off. What's happening is just using the square root is not really sufficient. Instead, what's happening is most of these peaks are being hidden away by being made too tiny. To the point where it's not even worth checking the other thing. I can't see where the cloud is because it's all too small. So one thing I could do is take away this square root and just scale everything a whole bunch. That's literally the wrong thing. No, the gain meter is not available for download because I can't build it in JUCE. I can't really code in JUCE, I'm just using it. This is using a thing called PampleJuice, which is meant to be, for people who do know how to program in JUCE, it's meant to make things easier for them. I'm able to make a VST3 for Mac only, and nothing else about the platform is working. So until there's somebody who knows how to deal with this kind of stuff and can help me make it work to the point where I can write down everything that I did and replicate it. And I'm going to be struggling with it a little bit more today. This is a fine day to do that in. But until I can make it reliably build and support multiple platforms and work the way it's supposed to, I can't make it be downloadable because I'm not supporting anything. Only thing I'm able to functionally build is a VST3. And I can release that under GPL. But then only Mac people would be able to use this. And if it didn't work for you, there would be nothing I could do about it. Plus, I don't think I'd be able to make it be signed either. So, one thing at a time. And so this has me thinking of various things. So let's see, what have we got so far, I wonder? Let's try that most recent change and see if it's showing me anything valuable. Sadly, that distracted me, so I barely remember what I was doing, but that's fine. That's normal for if I have too much going on and I'm not really in control of what I'm trying to do code-wise, which is legit. That is going to happen. That happens more if things are going well, but that also happens if things are going terrible. Let's see what this looks like. Okay. So I am able to do a sort of chart. We're using Smells Like Teen Spirit as our example of what it's supposed to look like, in which it's doing a slightly better job of registering how this goes. That said, the maximum darkness of my spots is too large. And the minimum is probably too small. So let's continue fooling with it, see where we get. So maximum darkness, that's going to be like no larger than 2. 2 is excessively big. Minimum could be made to be 1. I do have that value dx to be used. Not sure if that's actually going to be helpful or not. Also, so if I was to force this to be used for the zero cross meter as well, what would that start looking like? That would more or less demand only certain things matter. It's putting a large emphasis on amplitude. Also, 2 divided by 1 or larger than 1. If it was so our numbers are going between 1 and 200, 0 and 200. So 200, if that was the maximum possible range, times 0.01, then that would become divided by 2 plus 1, making it be smaller than... Let's see what we got. Let's rebuild that and then see what we got. I don't know if I need to clamp it to be smaller than 1. I can have it so that the wrong peaks don't show up by coarsening the scaling of this to the point where, well, let's just jump back in and see. Let's jump back in and see what this made happen. Again, we're going with their same references, but we're going to start bringing in classic records soon. I just wanted to dial the vertical position of these slew and peak things to correspond with each other. Okay, that's interesting. So these spots are maybe too heavy, which I'm not that worried about. I will have a zero cross meter available, and that could be part of this overall calculation. The calculation could try to sort of optimize literally everything. The question is, would I want the peaks to be showing up more heavily at a particular zero cross rating? That said, I do have this showing up as all of these marks are dark. In the code of the meter, is there a code command related to audio the meter is wrapped around? I don't know what code command means. Please rephrase. Let's see. I do know how to make these marks darker and lighter. So one of the things I would like to do is make the darkest of darks not as dark as this. So we're going to increase the sensitivity of a particular thing. And I'm not sure how useful it is having them show up here, but I am kind of interested in if this is coming in as optimal, is this going to show us anything on the zero cross meter? Like, what's it going to tell us? Is there going to be a corresponding relationship there? So we're going to make these scales smaller, and then we're also going to start it out at just a tiny bit less dense here. Let's start it at like 1.8, just so that these dots aren't as aggressively heavy. And then we've also, by increasing this number that it's being divided by, we're making everything show up much lighter. I picked 0.01, and dividing this number by such, multiplying it by such a tiny amount, making it scale down to be tiny and then +1, meant that everything was showing up as dark. Increasing this by increasing the multiplier will make my scaling become more effective. And let's see what it did. Oh, there's a Della book. I like buying books and learning about these things. That could be interesting. So out of curiosity, here is what was said. Light it or mash. Do you figure that 303 and or 404 got used in light it or mash? I'm interested in whether, like, you can refer to a book and be like, don't listen to that thing because none of it was true. It's always difficult looking up this kind of information. You get into zones where stuff is contradictory. People can learn things from places where they're actually being misled. The book might actually be incorrect. I have a book where it is a book on all of the Elton John songs, and one of its references clearly is the classic album's DVD on Goodbye Yellow Brick Road. And the book clearly draws heavily from this and yet gets some of the stuff from the DVD wrong, claiming that Dee Murray was the loud voice that people had to turn around and point at the baffle, and that Nigel Olsson was the deeper, huskier voice. This book claims this, and clearly in the DVD, they're like, yep, Nigel was the high voice, he was the one that was so loud you had to turn him around, and Dee Murray was the low voice. So you can't always go by books either. The meter is wrapped around the audio. This must be done using code as to tell the meter what it's reading. Sadly, I don't understand that either. Try again. The wrapped around part is losing me. So what do we got here? Well, for one, we have a point cloud that looks better than it had before. Not only that, there's an interesting thing where the attack on those snare hits is showing as a very obvious spike there. We've got loud, dark spots here. This is starting to look better. I think I still might need to clamp it in order to have some of these register, because these faintest of hits, I think they should still be more visible than this. Also, let's see how it measured out with these zero cross meters. Is this telling us anything useful? It's telling us that the spots where it is blasting away at full crank, the zero cross is having those heaviness parts up in the mid-range. It is not showing as much on the low frequencies, but some of them still are. That's that could be helpful, because there we are with like loudness effects going on. I think this dun 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 dun, hey, and that is making a very, that's a highlighted point, and it's showing up in the meter, and it's showing up in the loudness meter, and the zero cross meter. This is Smells Like Teen Spirit by Nirvana. You can see up here. And I'm pretty sure we've kicked into the chorus again. And what we're seeing is in the quiet bits, there's some peaks, but a lot of the energy is hovering around 6 dB down, peak energy-wise. That's useful. And I see a change when the band kicks in. The energy seems to be redistributed up here. This is the full blast part, where everything is rocking out. Sounds kind of like this. I'm going to want to guzzle all the coffee and solve all these things. But on the whole, I'm pretty happy with the way that the energy is shifting, as shown by this metering. The fact that we're highlighting some of this stuff usefully is placing the more darkly illustrated peak dots. The peak dots are really the heart of what this metering is supposed to tell you. And here we have another quiet section, and it's changing so that this is all very widely scattered, and all of the peak dots are quite a lot. It's pretty much covering the whole range here. I could do a thing where we start bringing in blue as the color. That could be interesting. I could throw another log on my fire because it's starting to burn down, although we're quickly getting past the point where that's going to be as big of a thing for the streams. It's going to start warming up again. I like the idea of bringing in the color blue as a hit record color. When you say leveler style compression, do you mean limiting? Block Party is supposed to behave like limiting. So yeah, Carly, you might check out Block Party along those lines. Let's throw another log in the fire. nicely. I do enjoy winter times. I think it's my Finnish blood. I'm very close to recent Finnish immigrants in my family tree. That said, it still is a lot of work. So let's see, what are we looking at? And can I... all compressors are levelers, kind of, unless they have a slow attack, in which case they can make the edges point out. Let's get back to this stuff. I could make this cloud of dot speed darker, and I could start it out as so this could be interesting. Let's see what we can make out of this. We'll make all of the dots be PS dot size. But we're going to do an additional thing. Oops. Hang on. I'll fix that. I'm trying to do one thing at a time and failing epically, but that's fine. Oh, I see something I can do here. Let's first of all go and fix this bit before I forget it. Last thing I want to do is be confused over something that dumb. And then we are going to draw these in bursts. And when I say draw these in bursts, I mean a thing. Namely, left, 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 and then right, right, right. Because we're setting a color based on, I hope this is going to be tidy with it. It's not being as tidy as I would like. But whatever. So we're going to set a color. And then we're going to run a little test on our little dot size here. Let's see what we start getting if we do this. I wonder if I have additional shades of that. Well, for now, let's try it like this. So what this is going to do is stop it from being as large as that, but then if it is larger than that, we start replacing the spots are black up to the point where they become blue. So if we have a optimal setup, like this should work. I just don't know what it's going to look like, or whether it's worth making it setting a color based on RGB. So we have 3, and it's larger than 2. So we can set up an RGB and scale the RNG back based on how far it's extending, meaning it'll go from black all the way to blue. I'll show you later. It's probably worth doing. I'm just interested in what this is going to look like right now. Or if it'll build, because I could have just screwed something up and forgotten about it. But no, it looks like that worked. Yeah, all compressors are levelers, all limiters are levelers, all levelers are limiters, etc., etc. If Kurt hadn't have died, they probably would have begun putting out lesser records. That's often how these things work. It's fairly rare, and I think to some extent it has to do with being in an era where things started to get crappier, sound-wise. And that's just my personal opinion. I think being in that 90s era where it started to go to crud affects things. How much it affects things is another story, but I do think it affects things. So let's see what we just made. We should have made one up, and we don't need that. That looks silly. We're going to want to put that back. I think those black lines are just peak energy that's being placed wrongly. Anyway, doing this, we have a big, obvious blue spot, arguably too much so. And our placement of the peaks versus the slews seems basically okay. I'd like to override this a little bit. I'm not as happy of having the blue this extreme, but I do like it being there. So let's see. Let's scale down this dot size. Let's have 1.8 be our limit. And then let's scale this down as well so it does not hit that nearly as often. And I don't know what this is going to do when we have... whatever, let's see what happens. Bits of this I'm fixing, bits of this I am not able to fix. As always. I'm going to be hot to run off and make yet another cup of coffee if I intend to dig even further into this and start really getting results, because one of the things that's happening is I'm having a lot of trouble with this initializing. By that, what I mean is I initialize it by starting it, and then it starts drawing a bunch of useless garbage like these blue lines. We don't need that. But having adjusted it, it looks like what I'm seeing is the meter is claiming, I am making the meter claim that that guitar intro was like hit record gold. That it registered as a optimal sound that everybody would immediately love. The instant you heard it, you're going, oh my God, what's that? Let's hear more, which is kind of what happened. That's kind of what happened with Smells Like Teen Spirit. People kind of reacted to it like, whoa, from the first guitar chords. So there is a correlation there to be had. Then we've got our loud section, and it is indeed showing as, the blue color showing up what I'm doing now is watching how it did its thing and seeing if this correlates to anything. Like if I identify anything in the sound of this, does that correlate to like, is this area up here, which is a frequency measurement, is that putting our sounds where they're supposed to be? Is it correlating with the way that the slew and the RMS are relating to each other? Also, we could bring up the smaller dots and make a better cloud this way. Or we could force it to go, we could draw large blotches of blue everywhere. 2.0 is too large for the screen. So if we didn't rescale that, and we can't make it go larger than this, but we can still, all of these things can still be adjusted. All of this is worth tweaking. My question is if I can get the optimal balance to draw as sort of big splashy blue colors and to set this color differently. So we actually can't make this be larger than 2. If we do it this way, it will never show blue colors at all. We had tried with 3, and we can make it be fussier as far as scaling. We can make it cut back more aggressively. That's kind of what I would like to see happen. We can also, oh, and am I not doing it in both places? I'm not doing it in both places. I need to adjust all of these things. Okay, so first of all, let's skip that. Let's dupe this and this. I'm all scrambled, but whatever. Drinking too much coffee, man. Let's see. And same thing goes over here. So we're going to make all of our dot sizes be at least 1. And then we'll be able to see them, although there will be a bit of a cloud. They'll be not overly dense. I am almost certain I have not been updating these things on both channels, and that's a serious error, but we have a, let's see. So black is 0, 0, 0 in RGB. So if we want it to be full blue, it could be 0, 0, 1 or something like that. So we can adjust these things to match each other. .5 max. And 1.5 is the threshold. Got to do it in both places. What this is going to do is our largest dot size is 2.5. And if we set it up so that we're checking on if it's larger than 1.5, we could set the color to 0, 0, whatever this is, minus 1.5. So let's try doing that. Firstly, let's see if it's going to tell us anything useful as far as autocomplete. It might not. I might have to go and look this up. I was looking for a set color. I'm not seeing it though. Nope, I don't see anything there. How about... Okay, here we go. We're going to want color RGB. So it seems to want hue, saturation, and brightness. That's not great. And it wants uint. And it does not want floats there, does it? We don't want a color gradient. I'm happy that it's showing me this, though. At least it can do that. So it looks to me like it's looking for int uint 8. So I wonder if I can just leave it drawn like that. And this is going to be 0 to 255. Oops. Oops, oops, oops. It's all about the oops. Everything is an oops these days. What can I do to make this behave itself? It seems to be really unwilling to do that. Okay, that's better. And now we do, oh, for heaven's sake, it doesn't know what a uint 8 is? You're supposed to, for heaven's sake. Fine. Let's not even declare those types. I'm pretty sure that putting in the parens there declares the type, but apparently I can't call something a uint 8 even though it wants to see a uint 8. So we're just going to give it an integer and see what it makes of it. And that integer is going to be int ps.size L Oh, for heaven's sake, will you be kind to me? Thank you. Times, but it's not just that. I also have to subtract the 1.5. So let's do the best we can with all of this mess. Now we got too many of these, so we need to take one of them away. How's that? How's that grab you? Is that what you wanted? Okay. Loses integer precision. Fine, fine. I'm hesitantly going to say that might just work. Hey, Aiden, this might just work. Oh, do we have to... Ha. Now what? Okay, then. And let's put our floating point indicators everywhere. That part's right. This part's fine. And I'm going to copy this and change one little thing about it, and then that part will be fine too. So what we've just done is do the color dynamically. We've got a dot size that expands all the way up to 2.5. That might be considered too big of a color, except for that it's going to be progressively turning blue as it gets even larger. Like halfway to a size of 2.5, it's already going to be distinctly blue. And when we reach pretty much the... Let's see what this does. And we're also making it not be any smaller than this small. We don't need the curly brackets if there's only one statement, and that is actually just only one statement. In fact, if this is larger, then it's never going to be smaller, so we can do more evil munching things into each other. Kind of like this. So only if it's not larger than 1.5 do we check to see if it's smaller. And looking, technically we don't even need the curly brackets for that, but me no buts. Let's make there be no curly brackets. This is my little rebelliousness against some of these things. Professional programmer is doing all this confusing stuff, and I'm like, nope, I'm going to make it look very simple and crude, because that's the way I understand things more easily. And so now we've got that. Let's see what it made. One thing it's going to make is a big blue stripe as we get nothing happening. So that's not exceptional. I think some of these peak numbers end up being zeros if we're not doing anything with them. Well, that's interesting. Why would you be saying that? All right. You feel better now? Very good. Maybe this will remove those lines it keeps drawing. We'll just check and see whether any of these things are literally 0, because they're supposed to be more than 0. What plug? This is the metering plugin. This is the notorious metering plugin that people can't have until I get some help working with JUCE, because it ain't building properly. That said, it's building just well enough for me to dial in what it's meant to do. And it will be good enough for me to make Evergreens videos. And I am looking forward to fooling with that a little bit more. Right now, what we're doing is we're dialing it in on the assumption that Smells Like Teen Spirit is the greatest hit record ever. Not really true, but I can also refer to some other stuff. This is just where I'm starting. And I'm finding some interesting things. I'm finding... Oh, very good. Yeah, I solved one of the problems. That should I be kicking it into a blue color more aggressively than this? That said, this is starting to look right. What happens when you wrap beyond the available measurements? Like if I give it a number in excess of... What I'm wondering is whether uint 8 wraps or pins at 255. Because we need to start bringing some of these values up. These black spots need to be blue spots to bring in that factor that I'm trying to incorporate. The blue spots, the black spots do indeed go up to, let's see what we get. We need more. Can find out quickly enough by just exaggerating the hell. It'll become 4 times as effective as it had. I wonder whether it's complaining about this now. One way to find out. I can just do that and see if I could make it even more exaggerated if I wanted to really torture test the thing. We are going to see whether this clips or wraps, because unsigned care, if it wrapped, it meant that if I would go beyond 255, it would go back to black again. That's not what I want. But if it clips, then it's going to show very strong blue everywhere this produces high values. And it'll see it like this. And that looks very much like it is wrapping rather than clipping. There's those dark colors there. As it goes beyond the point where it's supposed to be maxed out, it should go to full blue, and it is not doing that. Those are big black spots rather than big, clearly extremely blue spots. Good enough for me. That means I have to do something else. got to put a colon on there. Oh, hi. That's not going to work, is it? There we go. And, yep, that is still correct. Now we're directly converting. Let's directly convert and keep this as a float for laughs. Do we need another one of these here? Where did that one? Oh, okay. Yeah, we do. Okay. Then we want another. And I have to remember to change this from L to R. Expected expression, huh? What do you mean by expected expression? What the actual heck is this about? It worked before. What's happened now? Oh. I've got an extra parenthesis that's not supposed to be there. Let's try that again. Implicit conversion. What? How can that be an implicit conversion if it's explicit? What the actual hell? I bet I know. I bet it's because it wants another layer of parentheses in here. That means this gets turned into a larger level float. So I kind of had the right idea with the wrong thing. And then that should probably, it's losing integer precision. Okay. What the actual hell? Is this being drawn in the wrong place? Is that what's going on? I wonder if I can explicitly claim blue spot is this kind of value. Explicitly claim this as this kind of value. It's still not going to be correct, but I think I can maybe use a math function that might help. That's going to need more than one parameter. Oh, wait, do we not even have a... I am looking for a math formula. That will let me do this. Undeclared. What happens if I do that? Expected expression. This is being very grumpy with me. Well, what if I said fmim presumably that means floating point, meaning that I'd need to have it be 255.0 to speak its own language. But now everything is, all right. So implicit conversion, this clearly is not helping. I'm trying to explicitly declare it, and it says it's an implicit conversion anyway, so I'm not sure what good that is doing. But maybe we can turn this floating point number into an integer. Can I read more of this? Is arithmetic. I want more coffee. Sometimes these days really take it out of me. Let's see. So we should be declaring let's literally declare blue spot as an int. Can we force this to be cast in such a way that, okay, we can do that then. Alrighty. Cast the result of this to into please, and it is this thing minus 1.5. So we're only going to see it at all And now this is useless. And it's complaining about the implicit conversion here when we're applying it here. So you would think that it would be applying it there. Surely it should be able to I am feeling very grumpy with this. I don't know why my conversions are not working. Okay, well at least here it's complaining in the right place. Let's leave it at that. I'm pretty sure I'm forcing it to be only relevant values. So if this works, it will produce a result where it's drawing those peak dots and it's drawing all of its stuff, but it is exaggerating the willingness it has to make the dots become fully blue. And I'm going to want to scale that back after I get it working. So our purpose here is to try to make it so these dots show up as fully blue. Let's see if it worked. That looks to me as if it's doing basically the right thing. It's clamping it at as blue as humanly possible and seems to be drawing it pretty appropriately. So the next bit is figuring out how to dial this back so that the blue spots are not overly distracting and obtrusive. All of my black and gray stuff is fine. So yeah, I'm looking at that and going, if we want this to show up more obviously, and where do we want it to I like to scale all of this back, but also scale the intensity of that back. So when we say 2.5, we can also do 2.4 and larger than 1.4. That will make it do largely the same thing. But all the dots will be a little bit smaller, and if we have this be 512 rather than 1024, that means it's going to scale the, we do need to subtract by the correct number though. It's larger than 1.4, subtracted by 1.4. There we go. And our dot size may be getting a little too small. So this number, this times 0.1, if this is smaller, then all the dots end up being kind of larger. If it is times a very large number, then all of our dots end up being excruciatingly tiny. So I think this needs to be a little smaller. Well, that's not how you do it. .08 is how you do it. That is going to make it so that our dots are it's still complaining about things. That's going to make it so that our dots are less tiny as a rule. They'll show up a little bit more easily. How much more easily remains to be seen. Once I get something that looks good, I'm going to bounce back over to one of the records. Okay. So that's looking like I can pretty much see the dots in here. And I see the color going quite intensely blue in some places. The idea, of course, is your hit record thing is not only what areas show up more intensely, where the cloud appears, but where the cloud is placed. Like, it looks to me as if when the zero crossings are lowered, like what we're looking at in this, and I want to maybe leave it hovering around for some of these other bits, where the zero crossings in this are lower frequency, they're not lining up as much with these more heavily drawn blue spots. It's a question of understanding what that implication is. Like, do we have different kinds of sound behaving in different ways for different kinds of thing? This is a heavy rock track. It should be showing up with a lot of energy, but not too grating. It's not like hair metal. This is grunge. Grunge probably means this really bright stuff shouldn't be highlighted too hard. Although we do have sections where there's a lot of highlighting on the zero crossing meter higher than closer to 2K. Like this, if this logic holds, represents a section where it drops out and gets a little bit quieter, and there is a mid-rangey sound that sounds typically good to people because it's registering as a heavily drawn dot rather than a dot that doesn't have a lot of accentuation to it. This is all mad science. Understand that. No book in the world would tell you that this is correct. And yet, if I can make it work, that could be quite useful. the feel of this music does pretty accurately represent what we're seeing here. Like, the parts where it slacks off feel like they're less full of energy, and then the parts where it gets loud feel like you've got all this going on, and these darts of peak energy are telling a story. I wonder if I can make it so that if you slam it, it does something else. Like, clipping automatically gives you... See, we've got a bunch of really intensely drawn information in here that's a factor of what I'm trying to do with it. I'm trying to make it so that if you feed something that is a hit record sound into this, it shows exactly how it is a hit record sound, as well as that it is a hit record sound, like that it depicts the thing that you're trying to do. Also should mean that if I throw my stuff at it, it'll not look nearly as good, because my stuff is not as well balanced as this. At least not yet. And there's our, oh well, whatever, never mind part. Let's skip over to our end bit. This is Nirvana really blasting away like mad. And it's all the peak energy is right up here, but it's also showing up as very accentuated, like good peaks rather than bad peaks, peaks that balance. And this would be where he was screaming a denial, a denial, a denial, a denial. And then it fades off and stops. And it really does look like, if this holds, the information it's telling us is that as it ends up, and we get into the scream, the final parts, the places where he is screaming are illustrated by the way this energy is accentuated. And it's being highlighted as this is optimal. This is optimally satisfying as far as balancing peak energy versus slew energy. Remember, you can't hear peak energy directly. And it's a little over 6 dB down, so that's going to feel loud. And it does, in fact, feel loud when that happens. And as it fades, it drops away from that area a little bit. Back to our Pink Floyd. If we watch that with exactly the same settings, we see virtually nothing peak energy-wise at all. Although, I don't know, I'm seeing hints of blue there. And then this might be considered to be not optimally balanced. It's certainly not reading as such. And I'm thinking that's because the balancing of it, this is in the flesh. Well, if we're looking at that, like, this is a famous track, certainly. That said, I am not sure that this is the optimal Pink Floyd hit record sound. Particular in the flesh is a very dramatic thing, but it's not necessarily like... Here is the Thin Ice. And it's going along doing its thing, sounding like this. And it's interesting to me that what I've got, the way this is registering, this is very mellow. And so the slew energy is substantially lower than the peak energy because we have a bunch of bass in here. We're plainly able to see what's going on. All of this stuff is registering. but none of this is actually registering as, oh yeah, this is a hit record, like Nevermind. And in fact, it's not. What about when Thin Ice kicks in? It's still a little on the dark side, although we're starting to see more of a balance here. What this is actually calling for is areas where the high frequency energy represented in the slew, and I think that's consistent with hit record sound, honestly. And we start to see it showing up. I see some little glimpses of it there. In my experience, when people go and do like greatest hits albums that sell incredibly well, they tend to be brighter than the original release. Hit records do tend to have a brightness that is pushing it for vinyl records, but way below what you can actually get away with on CDs. CDs are able to go much brighter still. Let's take a moment and check out like Empty. So there's a quiet section where we can hear this much more recent band, Transatlantic, and see what happens when we have them. I remember this being a very appealing record. It's just that it's too loud when it goes loud. Let's see what happens when it kicks in. We have a sort of fading sound in here. As it fades to silence, it converges. And during this section where Transatlantic is not trying to be louder than everything else, it's showing a good balance, which is like this. Or at least for a second there it was. It ended up becoming very bright and sharp. I was hoping to kick it in at a moment when it was doing this stuff, but maybe not. Maybe I'm just in the wrong place. This might be... Yeah. This is the first track on their album. And it's a very satisfying feeling track. It's also very mellow compared to some of these other sounds. You can see this in where it's represented. This is like a largely bass going on. And we just aren't dominating with the high frequencies as much as we are making everything loud and saturated. This is a part where the vocalist is singing stuff, and then it sort of blossoms into an area that's brighter, and we're starting to see that in the reading. And we're starting to see those spots showing up in the only when stuff gets brighter. The darker stuff is still balanced very bassy. I think the conclusion to draw there is that it doesn't need to be that bassy and loud at the same time. The bass could be turned down a bit and it would balance a little bit better. And then as we start getting louder, but without going to completely, utterly full blast meltdown, it starts to light up everything. And it's a very gratifying sound. It's just that it's insisting on going to full blast loudness at all times. But this is them being quiet, and indeed it's reading like some of this stuff is lighting up the buttons for, hey, this is a great hit track of yesteryear. And I know that they liked classic rock and progressive stuff. This band liked its predecessors. Then as they go full blast, we have just total splat. I should make it so that if you have completely gone to full splat, it forces it to black. I don't know. A little disappointed about that, the way that behaves. That should not count. You shouldn't be able to get a high score on that just by peeking it out there. Although, if you're peeking it out and you don't also have high frequencies going as much, or maybe if you have it too much. Let's see what Dave Grohl does here. This is the Pretender. Yes, I would like to amend this. I would like to make it so that you don't get a reading which is like, oh, hey, yeah, this is great when it's that blasted. That feels like the wrong answer. I can override both of those things. We can make it so that if you are literally peaking out at full crank, it reads as black, and it also sets the scale down to where it'll make a solid black line, but not register as, oh, hey, great, this is working wonderfully. So a little more logic, I think. We can move these comparisons down here. Oops. Come on. Give me the thing. This thing. There we go. That's better. Good, baby. Alrighty. Oops. All the oops. I'm nothing but oops today. Look at that. I can't do a damn thing right. That's better. Okay, so that's what I had in mind. With this, I can override this stuff a little differently. We can duplicate some of this, but duplicate it in a special way. So let's give that a try. I am falling all over myself. But it's for a good cause, so. So now if we do this, that means that, well, we could do a variety of things. One among them, we can literally draw giant black bars through everything if you're clipping. That seems ungood, but could be done. So start with this. start with this. And then let's not worry about dot size nearly as much as all this. So what do we want to do here? Apart from just literally take this and hard draw it. This is the part that we're doing over. Oh, hi, it's not happy at all. Well, that's okay. We'll get to you. And likewise, that is the part. Full clip means we don't care about our slew information necessarily, nor are we registering the zero crosses as looking particularly optimal. And let's add the Fs. Okay. Because here's the thing, I do like having the peak clip part drawn as a heavy, heavy line. I just don't like the other stuff registering as, hey, this is dark marks on the screen and that's what you want, right guys? So we're going to fiddle with everything to try to accentuate good behavior. And I just did that totally wrong. I was looking in the wrong place is what I was doing. It's this part that I need to change. Clearly it's time to go and make another coffee, right? That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to make a meter where it will seduce you into mixing with Incredible Sonics to the extent that I can identify it in Incredible Sonics. And honestly, you can't go too wrong as far as like, oh, hey, Nirvana's Nevermind must count as Incredible Sonics if everybody lost their damn mind so much from hearing it for the first time. I mean, that blew up culture. That started grunge. I could do a lot worse than to be like, oh, hey, that's optimal. And in fact, even off of a CD, it registers in certain ways that a bunch of your newer stuff does not. So let's see what we've got. That should have produced energy meters where it will react a certain way to heavy clipping. We're going to investigate it and see if we are successfully accentuating good behavior or not. If we have, we're just about to rush off and make another cup of coffee. I suppose that's accentuating bad behavior, right? But we are in the process of heavy researches. So let's go back to Dave Grohl. So we want to make it not sound or not look too spectacular looking when we're confronted with this. Cool though that is. But that shouldn't be rewarded because it's mixed so loud that it's losing everything that we're trying to reach. And as a result, I do in fact see that it's drawing heavy black bars up here. We could even draw it for a spot further, but I'm not sure that's really needed. And we are, in fact, having it show the slew stuff that it wants to, because this is still in a sense, good. It's being mixed way too loud, but the parts of it that you can hear sound pretty cool. I enjoyed it listening to it on the video. It's just that it shouldn't be balanced this way. And so what we've got is something where it's returning information saying, including with the zero crossy stuff, the bits of it that are not just hard clipped feel like they're coming across pretty well. It's claiming that this is sounding good, but it's being splatted so hard that it's failing to register. And there's no penalty to pushing stuff insanely loud. The penalty is for flat topping and clipping everything, and for the lack of this information here. Like, for instance, I can skip way earlier in the song, and this is not like a 2020 song at all. This is off of an older album, in a sense. So if we play from here, which is this, we do have a lot of heavy rock stuff going on, and we're kind of clipping pretty hard. But this is supposed to rate pretty well, and it is rating pretty well. This lower frequency stuff in the zero cross meter, that's important too. And it's supposed to be filling up this area with peak energy, and much like the Nirvana track does. And it's doing that, it's just pushing so hard against the top edge. I'm probably going to do other ones. We're probably going to, the newest console is certainly going to be console 9 before console X, just number-wise. So what we can kind of see there is, even as we have everything splatted against the top, all of the stuff that is registering is actually, the algorithm is claiming it's pretty good, which I think is not inaccurate. I think it is pretty good. It's just that it could be doing a lot better just by backing off a hair. Let's put Dave away for the moment. Investigate something else. This is fun. Here's another brick in the wall. So we've got our helicopter, we've got a bunch of stuff. This is all very loud. Let's see what it does. This is still the wall, but that was a hit. Another Brick in the Wall counts as a Pink Floyd hit record. It charted as a single. Here comes our helicopter. It's not registering as unusually great because its low frequencies are heavier relative to the rest of it. However, even though this is balanced out in the extreme dynamic range area, I see when it's hitting, I'm seeing some of those spots. I'm seeing some of the blue spots that indicate, hey guys, this is actually special. These parts are balanced in such a way. The question is where they show up on the metering, and they're showing up in low frequencies, which corresponds, I think, to the Pink Floyd sound. What's happening here? Oh, yeah. Oh, geez. I have not been successful in getting my vinyl record version of Us and Them, because my copy is just too damn scratchy. But man, is it not harsh. The vinyl of that record, I wonder if I have a copy. I don't think I do. I think it was such a dead loss that I couldn't even really do anything with it. But check this out. This counted as a Pink Floyd hit single. And look what that meter is doing. It's in a completely different place. It's in a completely different range. But man, that's a totally different shape from Smells Like Teen Spirit. And yet all the same, this is constantly scattered, except for a lot of it is quite low end frequency, while also counting as like, oh hey, this is a part to pay attention to. The peaks, the drum hits, not so much. I have a hunch, because this is still the groove of the song. And we can see that it is throwing these blue spots like everywhere. And I'm pretty sure that's where the child choir goes, we don't. Let's see. There they are. Yeah, so the kid choir is going. And then we're going to have the famous guitar solo, and we're going to see whether the famous guitar solo is lighting up this meter. And if I can get away with it, I'll do this where you can actually hear it as it plays. But for now, not worrying about that so much. Yep, they're still singing. And then, guitar solo. Let's see how this works out. When the guitar solo is happening, are we seeing more in terms of these little... yeah, we are. Guitar starts playing and the meters start lighting up with these little dots, these accentuated points that I'm trying to work out whether that is interpreted as the desired result. Because boy howdy is that showing up, and it is showing up in the higher frequencies where it's easy to hear on the radio. If my theory is correct about slew energy balancing with peak energy, which of course peak energy is inaudible, quote unquote, then hitting that match of frequencies is desirable tone. Oh, what happened? Oh, the drums, as it breaks away to this end part, seems to be very sonically appealing to the ear, apparently. As we bust into this section, guitar solo fading away, and we get that, which apparently is a pleasing sounding noise. Or so the meter claims. The combination of those things. I would have to say that I kind of suspect that's correct. It's a combination of different kinds of sounds, and they're really well balanced. And you certainly don't want to. You certainly don't go, oh, that's unpleasant, let me immediately turn it off. You're like, wow, what's it doing now? So that's interesting. And let's keep bouncing around and listening to things. What else have we got? I've recently done, here's interesting. This is animals. Let's see how this measures up. And of course, the end goal is to be able to play it so you're hearing it and also seeing what it does. This one is registering as arguably darker than it needs to be, which I'll buy. It is Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd was not really known for super hit records, and it's generally very acceptable, but I can probably find other stuff, especially since I don't actually have to pick things that I can play out loud here. I could go into another category like my sounds folder and then dig into something like, for instance, the Neve or SSL folder. I just so happen to have the Police of Synchronicity in here. Let's see what we've got there. Every Breath You Take. Massive hit record. This is not my most recent capture. My most recent captures are over the Lavery, but this is going to be pretty close, and it is a 96K capture. And if you play Every Breath You Take, this is how that one is reading on my meters. One thing about it, that is a very widely scattered zero cross meter. This is a absolute cloud of peak and zero cross energy that's incredibly balanced. Incredibly balanced. Let's plug it in. Yeah, we don't have the vocal in yet. Let's see what happens when Sting starts to sing. It's going for some time, really. When Sting begins to sing, we start to see more of the peak energy stuff pop out. And yeah, this is an interesting reading. Bearing in mind, sound alone does not a hit record make. The song has to be good. That said, look at where we've got to right now. We have big clouds of energy everywhere, and it is basically throwing those little blue spots saying, hi, this is a hit record sound, listen to me, everywhere. It's like a Jackson Pollock painting. I do not have, the tip for matching up peak and slew energy is if you have stuff be a certain amount of loud, you should also have high frequency stuff happening. Stuff should neither be too bright with no bass or too bassy with no bright. But the real bottom line there is just I'm going to try to perfect this kind of stuff, and then it's a matter of, because Lord knows I don't do that either. I could play tracks of mine, like Rise, for instance. I don't think that's optimal at all. In particular, the Rise LA mix that I did was way too bright. But here we've got the end is going along here. And then we have, yeah, the end of this track is kind of magical. Interestingly, the drums on this are not traditional drums. The drums on this are quite interesting blend of things. Like the kick is some kind of thwap against a case, and the snare is reinforced by some kind of little frame drum. It's just a lot of interesting stuff going on. And here we have our fade. And again, this is registering as there's a lot going on here. Let's investigate some of these other ones. For instance, Synchronicity 1 is right over here. Sounds like this. Usually throwing a bunch of energy behind a hit record is how you get it, and this is a spectacular performance on the meter. This is the Police really grooving away like mad. You might know the track Synchronicity 1. And it's doing a really good job of balancing energy, peak energy, slew energy, zero cross, all of the above. It tends to be kind of forward. It tends to be kind of upper mid-rangey. That's not necessarily a bad thing. And as you can see, if all of this is recorded as a single album and then normalized album by album rather than song by song, a lot of things come out way quieter than you would expect. For instance, this one here, as you can see, is very quiet. It is... Okay, that's Mother by Andy Summers. So there's a reason they made that one be a little quieter. It's rather obnoxious sounding, but for all that, Andy screaming and wailing like that is coming across pretty well. I'm pretty sure it's followed by Miss Gradenko, which has a great sound to it. Miss Gradenko. Interestingly, this one is showing up like it doesn't have quite the magic. And I'm not exactly sure why that would be. I like listening to it well enough. Let's see what is... Here is a Synchronicity 2. That one is noted for some incredibly intense drum peaks. And it really throws a vibe. And I'm wondering whether that's going to register as showing up meter. Again, we're going to end up getting to where we can play it and listen to what it's doing as well as see what it's doing. But for now, I'm going to do it just to see what it's doing. And my feeling is some of this stuff that we're seeing on the meters is associated with vocal performances. Notes like that where Sting starts belting and it lights up in these areas. Because remember, some of these things aren't really aligned with RMS loudness. Like if you're belting, your peak energy goes way up compared to some other things. And I have a good example for that, which is not here. I'm pretty sure I captured it. I may or may not have. Let's investigate. I think it may have been Neve, but it may have been something else. Nope, not there. Don't think it was. Got a whole bunch of stuff here. Oh, this is amusing. I can show you some Eagles without letting you hear any of it, because Eagles really will not let you hear any of their stuff. Nope. I'm trying to find a super hit off of this without actually hearing any of them. Well, this is a personal favorite, so I'll try this one. This is Tom Waits' Old 55. One of the challenges with Eagles is you really can't hear more than an instant of this stuff. They will clobber you right off the internet very aggressively. But this is Glenn Frey doing the lead to this one. And he's like, lickety split lay down in my old 55. It's only feeling so holy, you know I was feeling alive. And then they go, and the sun's coming up. I'm riding with Lady Luck. Freeways, cars, and trucks. And what I'm seeing here is, sure enough, when they start hitting their harmonies is when the meter starts lighting up with this information. That said, it's possible if I normalized it, it would be doing a little better. Some of this stuff works out fairly well when you're just registering, and this is in fact not one of their giant hits. So I wonder whether maybe I can dig up one of those and it'll point out something. And I'm also looking for a particular Fleetwood Mac album that I'm not really finding. And that's unfortunate because that's the one I wanted to show. Oh, for laughs though, what we can do is, here, check out a little, this might be fun. Here is Van Halen's Unchained. And some of this might, I will have to test some of this stuff out and find out whether I can actually play it on a stream and let the sound come through. But this is Unchained by Van Halen. And look at that. As the intro is doing it, those hit record noise factor things are starting to light up. It's lighting up from the guitar alone. Now, Eddie was known to be a hit record guitar player, and people thought that the guitar was a key thing, but I didn't realize it was going to do that particular thing, in particular lighting up on the basis of the chug sounds he makes, because he's doing a chug sound through a sort of flanger, and pretty much throughout that is coming across as this sound is working. And oh my God, look at what it's doing now. This is the section where it goes like this. Alrighty then. Guys, according to this meter, Van Halen is a successful band. Okay. I'm not going to call you a liar. That said, I'm fairly happy that it's giving me this information. That's what it's supposed to do. In theory, that means if you were trying to do this kind of sound, it would work well if you did it this way. If you made the slew and peak energies line up the way that it is currently doing. It's almost certainly possible to push any of this stuff to be even louder than this. In fact, the track immediately following it is, I think, louder. It's going to be this one here. Oh, no, this is when push comes to shove. It's not actually louder. What it is more punchy. I do quite like this track, but the whole vibe of it is super different, and that's reflected in the meter. What the meter is saying here is that Unchained sounded best like blasting away and chugging. This one sounds its best in its spaces, and the peaks aren't really that much of an element. This one is sounding best in the space between full blast, and the full blast is not really significant to what it's doing. This also has a killer guitar solo. Let's see what the guitar solo is like. There's a little cluster of well-balanced things. And here's where the guitar solo kicks in. Sounds like this. Yeah. Yeah, this is a song that's lifted by the guitar solo, where the rest of it is coming in great, but it is at a lower energy level, registered by the peaks level. And then when the guitar solo kicks off, the song lights up and everything gets a lot bigger and louder, and it just sort of levitates off of the strength of that guitar solo as it's sitting in the mix. And it's the picture is being shown by the picture of this stuff. This meter is saying, oh yeah, when that solo kicks in, everything becomes awesome. And that's true. I know that solo by heart. It is absolutely a killer, top-notch guitar solo. Let's check out some other little bits of this while we've got it up. Here's one. Oh, this is Sunday in the Park. So this is basically Eddie playing with a synthesizer run into his Marshall stack. A cool song, but I don't think it really qualifies as great. I will say it seems to have cool sounds to it, but let's skip over to the intro to literally Mean Streets. This is Mean Streets. The intro. Now, what happens when he starts pitch bending down? He goes up as I expected. As it goes off into the distance, it makes that incredible burst of sound awesomeness, and that sounds like this. When it starts doing this, that counts as a awesome noise according to the meter. And I wouldn't call it a liar. That is an awesome noise. Then when the rhythm guitar kicks in from note 1, it's like, oh yeah, now we're ready to go. And that rhythm guitar is registering as a killer rhythm guitar sound according to the meter. And then when everything kicks in, we are back in Van Halen is the most awesomest band of all time land. I'm really looking forward to capturing this onto the Lavery instead of the Motu, because I'm able to do all of this and get slightly better sound than I had the first time around. Also normalize the tracks individually, which is helpful. But yeah, the sound of this band is conforming to my hit record pattern. It is forming a sort of beefy lower mid-range thing, like where we've got low frequency punch in there. The reason I'm not playing extended sections of this is because when I put out a track that has the thing playing throughout, I would like you to be able to hear the entire track. And also, if I do that and the entire track winds up getting flagged for copyright or whatever, I'm going to say on the track, copyright claims taking revenue from this YouTube stream are welcomed. More than happy to have these people grab whatever pathetic YouTube money comes from it and award it to Van Halen, or their copyrights holder, more like. I'm quite happy to have it do that. What I don't want is throwing a bunch of strikes into the mix. That I do not wish. So we'll try to avoid that. But yeah, Van Halen, apparently a massively hit record band. Who knew? That could never happen. Imagine that. So let's see. What else? Excuse me. And I'm going to jump up and get another cup of coffee so that I can fool with some of this stuff more extensively. But I really would like to see... Oh, nothing there. Nothing there. I've got some Led Zeppelin. Oh, look at that. I've got Led Zeppelin 4. Shall we put that on? Not necessarily to listen to, because this is one of those ones where I'm going to have to code a plugin, which I might do today, for just cutting the audio in and out, just to be able to do it. But sound a little bit like this. And if we set this to go, let me go off and make a cup of coffee while we watch Stairway to Heaven. We'll come back and see how it's getting on. But just so you know, it's Stairway to Heaven. I'm going to go and make another cup of coffee, and we'll throw my little hourglass up. I could also throw another log on the fire. Gonna do all the things. Let's do all the self-care things. Beginning with this. Very good. It's getting going. Okay, tell you what, you'll be fine. Alrighty. Let's see, how's it getting on? Again, this is Stairway to Heaven, being drawn, and this is all the beginning stuff where everything is very low frequency and mellow. It's going to start kicking in, if indeed it has not already begun. We're here. So as it ramps up, it should start getting brighter and start lighting up more. This is the build. And then the very end of it should show some interesting things. But interestingly, note how loud and full this becomes. This is a very big build. This is getting up to like 12 dB RMS level. And the peaks they're taking up the space, but this is a fat sounding song. And here we are with all the instruments are in now. In fact, there is our solo kicking in. Some people who know this song well enough should be able to identify what's happening just by what's being shown on the meter. I am totally sticking around to see how some of this shapes up. We got the guitar solo kicking in, and it's showing. I guess we'll find out what it's showing. Yeah, I'm fascinated now. I just want to watch this. Also, it looks like this is a recording which I have not fixed things like, you can't really see it, but there's areas where I clearly have not fixed skips and pops and things. This would be where Bonham goes. Yeah, 4/8. Oh, here comes Robert. Robert starts screaming, you know, as we go on down the road, our shadow is taller than our souls. That's shown here. As Robert starts to belt, this is Robert Plant, commanding full attention. Neat. I didn't bargain on that, but I believe that is the case. That's his voice. That's his voice. I'm going to go and make my coffee, but let me throw on something else. Rock and roll. There we go. It's all kind of dark, but we are seeing some stuff lighting up even though it's on the darker side. Neat. Took a little bit extra because I needed to go and grab myself a piece of cheese and eat it. My energy has to stay up for all of this. Oh, interesting though. Whatever was just happening here is a very quiet, low energy thing, but some of it might actually be groove noise, though. That's the thing. But if this is real information, it is a quiet section that seems to be full of these kinds of signifiers. So what was going on here? What do we have here? It starts up. It gets going. Oh, okay. So this would be Battle of Evermore. Yeah, the whole thing is a little... There's a big one. Well, let's keep bouncing around among these. I feel like this is on the darker side where at the time this worked well for people, but it's not wrong that everything ended up getting kind of brighter as it went. What else have I got to look at, seeing as we're busily doing all of that? I have recently re-recorded this one. I know, I was going to... Oh, hi there. Let's check this one out. Not that I can really check it out in great detail, but we know what this is, don't we? Literally back in black. Let's see how this shows up. And this is reason enough to be a little brighter. So how is this going to measure on our meter? This is AC/DC back in black vinyl record. A classic Mutt-Lange production. Okay, did I even have to ask? Yeah, I mean, apparently, according to the meter, Back in Black is a successful record. Shocked I am that Back in Black reads as a successful. Dear God, look at that. So the way that it's balancing peak energy with RMS, well, peak energy with slew energy is pretty consistently. Yeah. So we, of course, can't play this for you, although you've probably heard it before. But it goes kind of like this. And this is apparently what Mutt-Lange likes to do. I can see why. Good for him. He has a formula. That is a pretty spectacular example, I gotta say. That's not shy about what it's doing. Also, I'm loving the zero crossing cloud. Almost all of the intense parts seem to be upper mid-range. That's cool. But we do have a really extended low end. This is with the band just cranking away. And you'll notice that it goes right down to 20 Hertz quite happily. Guitar solo. And Angus Young is considered to be a great guitar player, a hit record guitar player. Well, I mean, his sound seems to be registering as a hit record guitar player sound. No question about that. What does the beginning to Hell's Bells sound like? Other than that. So this is AC/DC Hell's Bells. And there is additional sound happening. Here's our guitars, just only the guitars. Drums enter. Drums are at least 6 dB hotter than everything else. And those little spikes, those are thick spikes rather than thin pointy spikes. That denotes a sustaining of the loud, dense sound. But then they're also cutting off after they've finished doing their thing. There's a certain gatiness to it as well. And as we kick in and the band starts to go, the full blend is producing that TM hit record sound that I've been talking about, that you have to have peak energy in order to be able to do. That said, you could give this about 3 dB and it would still be fine. You don't have to leave a complete area of space up in the top here, but it's very rare that it's almost always been classic records that are just leaving a bunch of space on the top, or incredibly modern stuff that's pegging at the top all the time and has no space in it whatsoever. Rarely has there been records that are able to do this while at the same time pushing it just a couple of dB so that it's completely filling up the entire range. In particular in the 70s and also sometimes in the 80s, you just have an extreme top end of the dynamic range so that certain little sounds could poke out as much, much louder than everything else. But yeah, this is a pretty spectacular display. This is a pretty spectacular display of hit record sound. And given that I'm talking about Muttlange and AC/DC's Back in Black, this is maybe not surprising, but this is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make meters that read out specifically how platinum selling hit record of a mix, your mix is, so it can be corrected in that direction. You should be able to see, oh, all of my stuff is too bright and it's reading all up here in the zero crossing meter. I need to have more density down low. Or all of my slews are too hot and therefore I need to make stuff darker or slew limited or something. I can do a little quick example, right? So that was AC/DC. That was completely wonderful, but I've also got my own tracks, such as this one. Actually, that is so much too loud that I don't even need to bother. So this is verse 2 on the Console LA remix, which is too loud, and you will see that plainly here. I mean, I've got some stuff going on, but see how the peaks are clipping and they are too loud, and see how the slew is clipping even more than that and they are also too loud. There's too much going on in the top of the envelope, especially with brightness. I'm not going to say it's terrible. I tried very hard to make this an awesome hit record sounding mix, and people were responding fairly well to it, but I can kind of see where I'm going wrong and what parts needed to be further adjusted. To take this and have it be better. This is one that is peaking too loud. Also, the quiet parts are really kind of dropping away. This is more dynamics in microdynamics than I really need to have. And the earlier one, this is Rise Console MC, and it appears to be the one that I did that was trying to compensate from things not being, this might be Console MD even. So when I have this one being bassier, it shows up kind of like this. And I've still got an awful lot of high frequency tiz on those cymbals. And you can see it there, like it's getting in the zone. But in stuff like Back in Black, it didn't have so much energy way down here. And the energy is being shown as like, yeah, this is sounding good, this is okay. But there's too much of it. This shouldn't all be sitting down here. There should be more energy up here, but not, it's like being distributed where there's just a lot of bright and I'm missing an upper mid-range. It's just all really deep lows, really bright highs. The peaks are extremely aggressive there as well. It's just a lot going on. And then if I kicked in the chorus, that's what the chorus is doing. And the chorus is balancing out a little bit better. But all in all, this is not the most exceptional take on mixing a song to sound great. Because it's just me. That one was not like Muttlange or whatever. That was just me. And I was trying to do exactly that. I was trying to make it do exactly all those things, but I wasn't entirely succeeding. Everything was a little bit too hyped. Back to a hit record sound. For instance, pretty sure that Life in the Fast Lane counts as a hit record. So let's check that one out before we get into doing more coding and stuff again. This might be a good time to get into the coding again. I know that the audience has slipped off a little bit, and that's fine. What with me making coffee and playing stuff at them. But this would be Life in the Fast Lane. And it's sort of getting rolling, but you'll notice that the mix is not throwing all kinds of low frequency information way down in the lowest areas like mine was, nor is it frying everything with a super bright top end. It's got a lot of space up top, and the blue dots of hit record sound are showing up throughout, but a lot of it is distributed just through the entire track. Here's where we're at. We're sort of in the middle. So mostly we're just hearing the groove going. I'm pretty sure some of the areas where zero cross meter is showing higher frequency stuff is where we have multiple harmony vocals kicking in. I'm pretty sure that's happening. For that matter, we can bounce over to some other stuff too. For instance, as long as we're not actually listening to it, here's a little glimpse of clearly Hotel California. Hotel California is a much deeper, warmer, fuller sounding one. And it's very sparse, but the moments that count as exceptional are just all over the place. Some of them are bright, some of them are low. It's just a really wide distribution of cool sounding moments. everywhere you turn around, something else interesting is happening, but there's just so much space, and look at how evenly distributed that is. Look at how even the distribution of the little speckles and the slightly darker spots, no matter which meter we're looking at, it's just all over. And then we've got little moments. That's probably a harmony vocal kicking in because it's bright. Particular moments just kind of light up. And it's all balancing. This is back in the day when people really worked on getting the sound to be alive, but they really did not have the ability to hype things in the way that they do these days. And when they compressed, it was often just to clamp down the body of the sound rather than to flattenate it and loudenate it. It was for changing the way the sound moved. And you got stuff like this. And then we can skip ahead to a very well-known section. Guitar solos. How would you like to have a look at what the hottest guitar solos of the known world were? And what we have here is Joe Walsh and Don Felder trading back and forth with each other, and each guitar solo is better than the last. And then they end up with a harmony part, which is probably underway even now. And all of those guitar solos seem to be reading on the meter as like, oh yeah, these are hero guitar players. Even as they're doing harmonies and don't light up at one particular note, the meter is lighting up quite intensely in blue, even though it could go for being a little bit brighter to count as a I'm trying to decide whether that could do with adjustment. Like, could I fiddle with this? So let's see. I could fiddle with this. The question is, should I fiddle with this? Let's fiddle with this in a couple of different ways. We're going to go back to 2.5 and 1.5. We're going to, let's see, something to do with dot size, something to do with positioning. Oh, I remember. We're going to do something with slew. If we accentuate slew a little bit more than this, we'll take it to, say, let's call it 290. That's not quite the 300 that it was at before. But one of the things going on here is that as we pursued the temptation to make everything brighter always at all times, stuff started to lose the ability to engage people's, I don't know, call it devotion. Like, this was the time that people freaked the hell out about rock stars, and so much money was going into the industry, whereas it changed and became something where people didn't really give as much of a damn. Oh, and I should relaunch. So if I was to adjust this, return to that, and then I'll double check on the Back in Black. And then I'll triple check on the CD sourced version of Smells Like Teen Spirit. Guitar solos at the end of Hotel California. I would say that's still showing up pretty good. Not that significant of a change. Life in the Fast Lane. That's supposed to be kind of bright and speedy sounding. I think that is doing its job. What other bits on Hotel California can I refer to? What song is this? Well, that's cool, but I'm not exactly sure what it is. This is an interesting one. This is a... Let me see. I'll try to remember which one it is. Victim of Love. This is the track Victim of Love. And famously, this is the one that Don Felder wanted to sing lead vocals on. And they wouldn't let him. And the reason that they didn't let Don Felder sing vocals on was they had Don Henley. This intro part is largely, let's see, it's an orchestral bit. As this kicks off, this is a very lean part, and we've got a bunch of Don Henley vocals singing Victim of Love, and he's more or less starting now. And they should show up on the meters as wildly blue-colored, peak energy, happy, just dripping with hit record all over the place, which is why they had Don Henley sing this bit. Let's see where we're at. So when we have little sparks like this, this is a Don Henley vocal showing up in the upper mid-range. Also, there's some lower stuff. And that's the reason that they have him singing this one, is because Don Felder is a perfectly fine singer, but he wasn't able to do this. Whereas Henley was able to sing these lead vocal lines in such a way that they stood out, and it's just lighting up on the meters as far as it's got that sound to it. It's just full of that sound, that tone. One thing that Glenn Frey said in The History of the Eagles Part 1, and again, this is going to be either harmony vocals or just Don Henley doing a lead. Glenn Frey said in this documentary, you might notice that I did fewer and fewer lead vocals as the Eagles continued onwards. It was intentional. We had Don Henley. And Glenn Frey was the guy that sang some of the hit songs, like Take It Easy and whatever. But he just stepped back and he was like, no, we have the killer vocalist for this era, and we are going to use him as 100% of the time as we can. And that's what we're seeing here on this meter. What we're seeing here on this meter is Don Henley's ability to project a tone that is absolutely magical. And there you have it. There you have it. Now I'm very curious as to what else I've got to play with before I get into the actual coding of things. This is kind of fun. I can check out another Eagles record. One of These Nights. This one of their hit songs. And if we play that one, and I can do versions of all of these for the Evergreens, but it's going to look a lot like this. You're not going to get to hear it. You'll just get little moments for you to study, like, what does that actually sound like? But you don't get to hear more than a glimpse. Thing is, it won't stop the analyzer when you do that, so that'll be kind of handy. And this is, I believe, their first album with Bill Szymczyk, and their first album after working with, their first guy who worked with the Rolling Stones and The Who and Glyn Johns. They initially started with Glyn Johns, but they moved to Bill Szymczyk because they wanted a particular sound, and this would be the sound they wanted, and I can't really argue with it. As far as what I would define as hit record distribution of energy in the tone of the sound, this is doing a really, really, really good job. Hard to do better, in fact. You will notice that it's got that Eagles 1970s thing where a lot of it is kind of chill and mellow, and only the peaks are really punching out. That is not necessarily optimal hit record sound. Probably the, oh gosh, yeah, look at that. You know, whatever was going on here. We've got lead vocals, we've got Don Henley, and this is the part where it goes, da-da-da-da, one of these, and then back inward there, and boom. This section here is just lighting up everywhere you look with cool stuff happening that's optimized in a particular way. You know, this is the frustrating thing for me, I think, is that I struggle to make some things like this plugin work. I can make this knob move, but I can't make it do anything. And I can do some of these things, but not really very much. I can push this button and then it will open up another window that's hiding behind here. But there's not that much I can actually do with it. And this is the part I can't really do. Looks like I can't even make it move to what it's supposed to be. Yeah, it stopped being a resizable corner in both respects. It became only a resizable corner from side to side. So it's like I can't do this part. In fact, this bit is no longer even connected. It's not even working anymore. We will quietly make that close because I broke it by moving it, which that's not supposed to happen. But I can do this thing with the metering, and the guys who are able to do the plugins with the graphics aren't doing that. They're not doing it for me, and so I've gotta. It's very frustrating. But, you know, what are you gonna do? Let's open up something else. Let's go to my more recently acquired sounds. Huh. I have this tucked away somewhere. Oh, it must have been because I was using it as a reference to excessively loud music. That would be it. Yeah, so if we have something that's far too loud, it'll behave kind of like this. So we're still getting some information, but on the whole, you know, not as much as we might otherwise have. This is Dillinger Escape Plan. Sounds like that. So yeah, we've got that going on. It is at least filling up the full range with a lot of bass and stuff. Here's another area. That is at least a quieter section. And then it immediately stops being quiet again. I think enough of that. What was I going to check? I was going to check Smells Like Teen Spirit again. There it is. There it is. Found it. Because the last changes that I made adjusted brightness to where it might actually be quite a bit brighter than it had been. But it looks kind of to me like it's still registering the way it was supposed to register. In particular, that guitar intro seems to be dialed in real close to what you would have it be. And I had been talking about how you could make the levels of it be adjusted a little bit louder, which is what I have just done. I think I may have adjusted it a bit too far. That said, I'll notice that in this quieter section and in a bunch of stuff here, like there's the chorus. As the chorus kicks in, we are instantly in hit record land. With the hello, hello. And then at full cry, we still seem to be pretty much in hit record land. I feel like this is one of the sections where it's unusually captivating, and so the loud area should be registering a little hotter, whereas here's our quieter section again. Here's our hello, hello. In this setting, this is the part that registers as most optimal. And then the full-on kicks in, and here we are. I feel like it should be optimized a little bit so that it lights up harder as we go into this part. This should be lighting up a little harder. And I know how to do that. We're going to take some of these adjustments and dial them back. We're going to call that 280. And that ought to do it, because it wasn't a big change. And if we can get that sorted, I can move on to some of the other things, which might or might not even be practical, but they're things that I need to try to do. So let's bounce right back to here. That feels about right to be the correct settings for optimal there. Here's the hello, how low section. And the question is, when it kicks into the end part, does it light up just as much or more? And I'm going to say that counts as yes. That's what I was shooting for, is as it kicks into the loud section, these tinges of blue aren't less than. It's visibly moving up in space. It's visibly moving up in slew and also in the emphasis there. but it's not becoming visibly less dark and intense. Instead, all of these bits are just, the fire is coming across, and the meter is meant to be depicting that. And let's do our final hello, hello section into the outro. There's our full crank. Sounds like this. And then as we go past there, we're going to start seeing Kurt absolutely belt. It should show up quite visibly. And he starts belting out a denial, a denial, a denial, in an absolutely gripping, harrowing way, which should show up on my meters. There. There. That's what I wanted. So as the music stops, and they just hang on him belting a denial, that is what I want to light up most intensely with hit record sound. And it'll act kind of like this. Actually, no, those are guitars. What am I talking about? Where is it? Oh, nope, wrong place. Let's come here. There he is. So belting a denial is up in this cloud area up here. And then as it sustains into the guitars are what's registering as hit record style sound. Actually, that is part of the sound. Yeah. So at the end of that, this first little area is the guitars grinding away and the voice, and all of those things combined together into this cluster of upper mid-range sound. And we get this. So the analyzer is tuned to attempt to claim that Smells Like Teen Spirit was successful and awesome sounding track. Fair. That's the idea. That's the idea behind designing this thing. What I would like to do is bounce back over to my new vinyl folder and putz around with some more of those. For instance, I never actually showed anybody my Chuck Berry track. Maybelline. The interesting thing about the old 60s stuff, like I was saying with Triangleizer, is that it has an interesting way of pushing the extreme loudness quite a lot. And Chuck Berry's Maybelline is a surprisingly full-range sound. It's providing that hit record cloud, even though it's a very different sounding track. It sounds very different, but it's still registering not that different. And there's a lot of reasons for that. But the tail of the meter is saying some interesting things when you compare that to, other records of the day. Stuff like this. This is an old Chess label record. And yet you can see that it's very capable of throwing a lot of high frequencies. And we've got a shaker going on in there. We've got a bunch of stuff happening. The end result is it's putting across like a mid or late 70s frequency range and a peak distribution, which is really quite striking. It's maybe not optimized quite as hardcore. And you can also see in the zero crossing meter, this is very clearly showing this is a mid-rangey sounding 50s track. But even though it's a mid-rangey 50s track, it is optimizing the balance between peak energy and slew real effectively. And we've got that ability to light up, in blue, the way that I've designed it to do. And then there's the outro. Interestingly, that intro. Let's select it. This is a famous intro, and the guitar tone, that is some of the first anybody ever heard of Chuck Berry. And it's a kind of famous guitar tone. This. Why can't you be true? You kind of hear it combining with the drums there, and when it combines with the drums, we're getting action out of there. I'm going to fool with some other things as well, as long as I'm looking at things. Oh, this could be fun. See, this is my big list of new stuff. There's a lot here. I've got a bunch of pretenders. I've got a bunch of Stevie Wonder. I've got the Kinks. I've got a Sugarloaf record called Green Eyed Lady. I have like one Rolling Stone so far, but I'm in the process of busily doing more. I can show more of these. Like, how about a little Pink Floyd, as in Money? It'll be real interesting to find out whether some of these things can be played full length, but I can show them here. And Dark Side of the Moon is one of the biggest hits ever. And this is what it looks like off of and this is the one where I can't actually do us and them off of it because it's too crackly, which is very sad. But looking at the distribution here, one of the things that we're noticing about Money specifically is an extremely wide range. Our sound is just full of lower frequency elements, and they are just as likely to light up with that balance between slew and peak as any of the higher frequency stuff. Contrast that to the Nirvana track, where it was loud, abrasive, screamy stuff that was showing up as like, yeah, this is the star quality. In this one, the star quality is showing up across the board, like all over the place, at all different dynamic levels, at all different times. Like we've got dynamic levels down here where this is not very loud or intense, and yet it's still registering all over the place. The body of the music is what's sounding exceptional here. Horns. So when the horn starts kicking in, the track starts lighting up with This Is What We Came For. this is not just the horn alone. Everything is contributing to this behavior. But again, this is meant to be a hit recordometer. In particular, it is meant to show up as obvious and showing up in blue if we've got hit recordization going on. And we've also got a guitar solo. And Dave Gilmour is no less of a hit record master than the saxophone player. And sure enough, the music is continuing to show up as much with these. I wonder what's going to happen when the solo cools off and we switch into another set. But yeah, that saxophone really had what it takes. Oh, the section in the middle of the guitar part where it cuts off and becomes really sparse. When it does that, we have everything a little bit quieter, but just a lot of cool stuff happening all over the sound picture and in the entire frequency range as well. When it cuts down a notch, it opens up the entire frequency range, so rather than being full blast, we just have a lot of information happening. The zero cross meter is really lighting up here. And then we're up to full cry again, and instead of lighting up all down here, we're throwing a lot of upper mid-range, which is not so much the case earlier. And this is where David Gilmour is really taken off. And again, the hit recordometer is showing up very aggressively. It is really highlighting everything a lot. And then we're coming back to where the vocals live. And we've still got a lot going on. I mean, the solos were a very active section, but you'll notice that when he starts belting, we're seeing more of that activity there too. Like when the lead vocal kicks in, not dissimilarly to when Don Henley sings in the Eagles, that meter starts showing its thing. And again, we can, in mixing, that can probably be handled by finding the sonority in the voice rather than trying to make it be excessively bright or have it not be bright enough. Like there's going to be an optimal setting for vocals, which I know I certainly have not been able to find in my own stuff. But there's probably an optimal setting for getting stuff to ring out and resonate. I'm keeping an eye on my wood stove while I'm at it. Hit recordometer strikes another chord. Oh, let's have a look at another muttlange. This is Def Leppard. So this is not AC/DC. In fact, I'm not sure whether this could be played on YouTube or not, but I can show you a picture of it. And this is earlier muttlange and another absolute stone hit record. This is Def Leppard Photograph. If this record has the hit record magic, it should be showing up with lots and lots of those little blue colored splatters all over it. That would tend to indicate that the tone of the mix has that magical quality going on. Gosh, you think? Now I wonder whether it's also going to register on vocals in any particular way. But on the whole, I would say this is doing a pretty darn good job of reading out in the hit recordometer as, boy howdy, is this ever a hit record. I can't say as I'm surprised to know what this one was before I went into it. I only just captured it quite recently. Here's an area where it's clearly all kicking on. I think it's the vocals. Like, but just before it kicked into that section, everything was really lit up. I'm going to bet you that here's where we have a bunch of cool vocals. Let's find out. Of course. When you have the lead vocal belting and then also the harmonies doing a secondary vocal behind the vocal, we get this. The air is just lit up with hit record sound throughout. That is a very good example. We've got this section here. So we're coming up to the chorus again, or we're coming to the bridge. This is the bridge. So here we have photograph. I don't want off. I don't need off. And again, this is a dense squelch of hit record sound across the board. It just doesn't let up. And then we got the air guitars, and the guitars are going down, down, down. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening here. Oh, nope, that is lead vocal. We're doing this. When the lead singer, my head, when he is singing You Gone Straight to My Head and the guitar kicks in, everything lights up as full superstar hit record sound. They have balanced that in such a way that one guy, everything else cuts out. It's just the lead vocal, and just the lead vocal does this. This here. I would call that a very interesting result. Because again, these guys worked at it. They were really trying to have hit records all day, every day. And it is fascinating to me that you can take something like this. Also, you'll notice that rather than, if that was just the guy's voice all by itself without the reverb and stuff on it, it would be a line. It would be a straight line without all this blur. But because of the production, it is a solid cloud of awesomeness. This is very interesting, what we've got going on here. I wonder whether I can dial this in to accentuate that further. Let's see if we can just optimize this even beyond the beyond. Like, let's see now. So blue spot increasing could go to, I know, let's use a magic number, the beginnings of the golden ratio. If we multiplied it by 618, and the rest of it is probably fine. Let's see if we just optimize that so that, I guess it's Joe Elliott is the guy from Def Leppard. Let's see whether we just optimized that so that Joe Elliott off of the original Pyromania vinyl is just over the top. I could even fuss, what am I doing? Cancel, that's not the right place at all. I could even fuss with the tuning of it to try to further dial that in, because it looks like we've unearthed a artifact. I am not all surprised that it is Muttlands that brought this. So that noise is, even though it might be tiring all by itself, as a climax of a song, so let's see. So the amplitude of the peaks are like here. The amplitude of the... See, the closer I can get these locked in, this might be a really good place to lock it in. Slew needs to be a tiny, tiny bit quieter. We've got these lines here, and it's not much. But we could make slew a tiny, tiny bit quieter. Now, let's do 5. That's not much, but it might be just enough. And we can also see how far we can push it. Also, if we take this down from 8 to 7.5, it should be making the blue more intense, and I'm kind of looking to maybe lean in there a little bit more. I'm just trying to optimize its response to Def Leppard, because of course I am. Why wouldn't I? I grew up around the time when you were quite aware of what all of that was. I would love to have a album of Hysteria and see how all that stuff lines up, because I'm betting you that would be just wild. It would just be all over this kind of thing, blowing up with this meter. Let's see what we've got. So we go from here. What have we got? We've got this. Okay, looking good. Beautiful. Beautiful. That seems exactly right. There you have it. We've got a hit recordometer that responds appropriately to AC/DC, Def Leppard, the Eagles, a bunch of different things. I'm most interested in this loud stuff, though, because this is just the kind of thing where modern mixes abjectly fail to go here with them. And it should be possible to scale it. Again, I've said before, this stuff does not have to be quite this quiet, but it sure as hell doesn't have to be quite as loud as people go these days. You could give this about 3 dB or so and be fine. 2, 3 dB or so, and it would still be fine. In fact, we can give that a try. I'm not going to save it as this, but let's do a quick effect stack. Let's do a quick effect. A purest gain. And then let's do a quick clip only 2. And I said 2 dB? Well then let's give it exactly 2 dB. Or nearabouts. And let's apply those things. And close it. We have now clipped a bunch of the peaks, but it should still behave nicely. Just going to try to remember not to save it as this, because I would rather save it as how it really was. And if we do this, we have now got a Def Leppard where the overall range that it's using goes right up to the iron bar without going too far beyond it. So it's got some real guts behind it, but it's not losing what it had here. And I think that's good. Here's our chorus. And our chorus is still lighting up wonderfully with intense hit recordy sounds. So, I mean, you can take that and make it a little bit louder. We can use up the upper range of this. And then there's our scream, and sure enough, it's still lighting up correctly with the proper types of sounds. We're just making it so that as it gets louder, it's able to clip right against the top without like losing its mind or going all flat toppy or anything. We get to do stuff like this. It is very 80s sounding, granted, but see how we have not actually lost this stuff on the meters just by pushing it a little bit louder? But we haven't pushed it so loud that we've wrecked anything. It's now filling up the entire range appropriately. And that, I think, is the target. The target is not making it so that everything has 6 dB of empty space above it at all times. It's more the target is getting this kind of, peaks going, say, just above 12 dB on this meter. The RMS going just above 12 dB on this meter. And the body of the sound maybe the body of the sound is never quite pushing to 12 dB, but it can ride over 18 dB and be fine. And yeah, and you balance it all out right, and if you're Mutt Lange, you produce this. Is there anything else I would like to look at while I'm at it? Got a whole bunch of stuff here. I see I've only taken one Fleetwood Mac track, and it is oh well, and I had to clean it up for hours to get all the crackliness out of it. I got a George Thorogood. I got some NXS. So check this out, 80s. '80s wasn't necessarily loudinated, quite the reverse. This NXS track is not that loudinated at all. But it's doing that 80s sound very effectively. Same deal also. Like, you can have it with this amount of headroom. It's using it. In particular, you can generally where the little peaks here tend to be kind of faint, but if they are showing up more obviously, like here, these are the areas where the full headroom is being used effectively. If you can barely see the little peaks, that's probably because it's not being used as effectively. And that's probably because they are brighter than they have to be. But as a rule, it's shaping up pretty well. It is another case of hit record sound, no question about it. What else? What would be good? Jackson, oh, here's one. Jimi Hendrix, Red House. It sounds weirdly Stevie Ray Vaughan-ish because Jimmy is a profound influence on Stevie Ray Vaughan. But here's some Jimi Hendrix for you. It's on the darker side, but where it gets bright is where it kind of lights up. And that has a lot to do with the guitar. There's some Jimmy for you. Not quite as hit recordy as some of that 80s stuff, but that's to be expected. Here's a cute one. I hope to be able to play this one on the stream. James Taylor, Mexico. This is LA sound to the max. And it is a really delightful sound too. It's gonna tend to be a lot mellower. The highs aren't really showing up as much. One of the things about a sound like this is that it's going to be less fatiguing than like In Excess or Def Leppard or whatever. But we should still see bits of it lighting up all across the board, because it does have that going on. It does have I think this was a hit for him, Mexico by James Taylor. It's just a very relaxed hit. And if I am interpreting the highlights in blue, it would be suggesting that where it is strong is in having little moments of hit record sound sprinkled throughout, especially down low, which is interesting. But that's the tale of the zero crossing, is saying that almost everything is happening kind of lower down. And James Taylor also is not a belter. He is not a loud singer, so we're not really expecting honking upper mid-range out of this guy. Instead, we're having like warm, comforting feelings and stuff. And the story of the peak energy is that things are pretty smooth and diffuse. It's balanced. That's very much the case with the zero crossing meter. And the zero crossing meter is actually showing this weird little speckling of blue spots all over the place. And interestingly, here's a couple of little spots up higher. So yeah, it's kind of like it's finding just constant little moments of coolness throughout. Bearing in mind, of course, this is not actually a coolness meter. This is measuring a weird dynamic between various things, with the assumption that some things tend to appeal to people. Here's an interesting one. I'm not sure why I didn't have more than one from George. But I've got George Thorogood's One Bourbon, One Scotch, One Beer. I'm not sure if you've heard this track, but it registers kind of like this. It's very open and spacious, and a lot of the sound is a combined drums and guitar. The guitar is not very distorted. It's a bottleneck guitar. The vocal is not really a belt, so it's got some character to it. And we're seeing, weirdly enough, a very similar behavior to the James Taylor. What we've got here with this type of sound is just all throughout, there's ways that this is coming together. It's making a pervading sense of cool stuff happening at all times. And I think that's legit. That's a pretty good description of what this kind of sound does. I don't know what you do if you wanted to make like the lower frequency stuff light up more with coolness factor. That's a little guitar riff in there. It is a guitar riff that is, I'm trying to figure out how that would interpret. But yeah, it's sort of the groove of this one that is becoming a thing. He tells a very, very long story here. And with this, he's just doing solos. Let's get to the point where he cuts into the loud part. That's where he cuts in. You can see where it's getting louder, and the blend shifts right up into the upper mid-range and lights up pretty good too. So when George is blasting away on the chorus, this happens. I'm pretty satisfied with this so far. I feel like I should dive into some of these other things. I feel like I should dive into some of the other things I wanted to do, because I can't really go any farther with that. Though I really would like to figure out how to connect the meters controls. I really would like to do that. It's frustrating the hell out of me that I haven't done that. I've changed some of these things correctly, but some of them not so much. So that is supposed to do a thing. Plugin processor, it needs to talk to plugin editor. Some of this stuff doesn't mean a thing to me, unfortunately. We do have 2 lock-free queues, which is interesting. Hey, Aiden, I'm about to grapple with the ugly and unpleasant part of things. So public lock-free queue, this, and this, and this. So what happens if we start doing stuff like... So apparently we need to send messages in the other direction as well. Can I just duplicate the way this works somehow? No. Nice is putting it strongly. Let me put on some kind of music. I'm going to go and make one more cup of coffee as long as it's not 2 o'clock in the afternoon yet. And tell you what, I can do this. That'll hold you. Alrighty. So let's make one more cup of coffee and see what we can do for the end of the afternoon. Alrighty. And just for last, before we move on to trying to get controls working, which will be a very exciting breakthrough if I can make that happen, let's have a little fun and see what this looked like on the hit recordometer in that section just before 11 minutes. What you just heard. And if I can get the control working, I can make it so that we can hear what's happening as well as not hear what's happening. So now it does that dun dun squeak. And funnily enough, that bit where I found it like, cool, I like that part, I like the sound of that part, is showing on the meter as being one of the good bits. And then it immediately stops. So the bit that I remember being like, wow, that sounds cool, I like that, is in fact registering as sounding cool on the meter that doesn't understand what anything sounds like and is just doing its thing. So that's kind of neat. In my mixes, I seem to have a real tendency for not having anything happening in the middle area. It's all either max high energy peaks or, for instance, this section in there. That section in there really rated very highly. Let's scroll it back for a second. When it was doing this, it seemed to be good. Oh, of course, it's an acid sound. It's an acutely intense acid sound. And those are always rather captivating. So that's what was happening there. Is I had a crazy 303 type noise. Those are always rather transfixing. Pleased to see that the algorithm likes 303s as much as I do. And then we stopped doing that. Yeah, if 303s register that well on the hit recordometer, no wonder people like them. That's a pretty good section. A little sparse. But it does seem to be lighting up pretty well on the meter. Okay, enough of this. Enough of this. Time to look into how to make all of this stuff work, he says, leaning off a camera. Time to make all this stuff work. Or maybe make all this stuff, or make any of this work. Let's try to make any of this work. UI to audio message. Float new value. I do not know what begin edit and end edit are supposed to mean. We no longer have 3 controls, so let's call it just gain and end params. Check to see if it still builds. If it doesn't, I'll have to reverse that immediately. Oh, what do we know? Oh, okay, it's good. It's good. Plugin editor doesn't contain much, but we did make one of these. This is still complaining, but I don't know why. Also, the idle timer was for that graphic to show, so it seems to be working fine. That part doesn't seem like it's behaving a problem. What about this? This is supposed to be doing a thing. UI to audio message. Okay, so this is supposed to be working. it needs to do this message business. It can do the messages back again. So this is moving the things around, that's fine. That looks like it's supposed to be able to work. We have indeed added it and made it visible. Inspect button seems to build in its own thing. We don't really need anything like that for the gain slider. And I'm going to bounce over to I want to look at what I had going on my own GitHub. I've still got Airwindows JUCE toy sitting here. And I'm pretty sure I never, yeah, it's 3 years ago. It's supposed to be canonical empty JUCE plugin. This is not the one that builds itself using GitHub actions. This doesn't have any actions associated with it. Whereas the other one that I'm working on does. And if I go to source, we can see some of these things. So plugin editor, Paul had it like this. So there's some changes. This is not exactly the same as I have it. Not at all. So what's this doing? I'm sorry for leaning back out of camera. My back really hurts because I'm tensing up because this is all too hard. I'm no C++ programmer. I have no business dealing with this, but I have to because nobody else is going to do it for me. So I kind of got to get an answer. I kind of got to make it work. So we'll try to push through the pain of my back locking up out of stress for trying to make all of this happen. And plugin editor. Include plugin editor H. Okay. Still correct. I don't think we're saying use namespace. I'm not entirely sure. There's another one of those ones where I guess that's the destructor, the tilde thing. That one is empty in both of the things too. This is something else. So we are stepping through for int p, so we have numbers. They are associated with all of this here is translating into just a, what you call it, not a param, but it's a kind of a thing. It's a kind of a programming thing where you can declare stuff and what they really are is just integers. That's what this is. It is doing basically int p equals, and it starts with a number. All that I've got selected there is just a number. It is enum. That's what I was thinking of. So enum, oh God. Enum means that's just a number. And this is a logic test saying it is less than or equal to the maximum number. So we're counting up by numbers. P is going to be a number. This position setting is just the way that he's placing it in the image. This is width of the overall screen because this is a dynamic layout of stuff. And here's where we start making stuff. This is the thing where, auto n. Auto means presumably that you can make a thing. std make unique, JUCE slider, JUCE string slider. I do not know whether that, make unique JUCE slider, does that mean it's making the string or does it mean it's making the label? I feel like the label is a separate thing that's listed underneath. So n becomes a slider, and it's setting what the vertical drag is, and it's setting what that is. And then we have separate settings for what the range could be. If I was to take this code, like std make unique, so where have I told this slider what it is? This is actually instantiating something, but is it only instantiating the graphics of it somehow? We've got this from elsewhere. And then we're defining this, but that's different somehow. So that's plugin editor. So if I was to look in plugin editor for this, it's using this, which was from what I'm using. And we've also got a bunch of voids in here, not dissimilar to what the other ones were. So, and then this. So if we were to take these sliders and these labels, like that there, and then these voids, meaning take this. Now we've got the labels as well. Do not know if we need that. Oh, and we got to update this thing. So let's see. Audio processor. So how did I have that before? Let's undo some of these things and put it back. Plugin processor. Let's redo that and that. So in theory, maybe that will work. I know we have to do plugin processor. That is the code that we have over here. So in this case, that part's going to be happy again. But then we also need to have these, which I don't think we do. We've got whatever it needs for being able to read from the audio thread and go over to the interface, but we don't have these things, and the sliders aren't doing anything. So if we were to just take these, I don't know why they were deemed necessary, but let's see if they're necessary. If we take those, we have a slider value changed here already. And it was in public. So maybe we don't want these to be in private. And we can put them there and just not have this one twice. I don't know whether that's correct. I've got it in a place, I don't know whether it's the right place. Also, we might not have those things implemented. We were able to instantiate this, and now we've taken that back out again. Excuse me. Thank heavens I moved off mic. That is also going to be off screen. There's our value changed, but I do not think we have. Let's keep going. This stuff is all that is here. I have taken it, I have included it in the other code. This is what Paul had. So we go over to here. Where, oh, it's just toy processor. Why does it say plugin processor though? What the hell? It just does. Go figure. There's no good reason. They all say plugin processor, but this one needs to be changed. So let's go over to the H file for plugin processor and see what happens there. We've got some of this and we've got parameters. There's the enum for parameters. Let's take that enum for parameters and literally make it be the same thing. This is a dumb way of doing that. We can just have nparams be that. Do not think we need to have, well, do we need to have nparams be a constant expression integer? Static? Blah, 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 blah. Dear Lord, who knows? I use a simple linear data structure. Well, it's simple to you, Paul. It's simple to you. However, we do still have UI to audio message. And UI to audio message is exactly the same as it was. What else are we missing? We are missing some of this stuff. In particular, I do not see the... Yeah. We didn't include some of these bits. Or no, wait, did we? Stand array audio params. No, that's still correct. I don't think this needs to be. I don't know. Let's do it Paul's way. Paul may have done this for a reason, or it may be some, like I've called, Paulism. But let's assume that he had a reason for doing that particular thing, rather than just including it in the enum. Maybe that is a reason, and we've instantiated that, so that is actually fine. And there's our UI to audio message. Fine. That's still the same. We've got our lock-free queues. Some of the queues work, and having it defined here turned out to be okay. That's still there. What's down here? The stuff was not down here. These are part of the audio code that we're not going to be using. If I can get two of these controls, I can set them up so that different controls adjust different channels, and then I can find out whether independent controls work, if I can get them to actually work, which is a big if. But it is what it is. And we have got parameter value changed. Does that exist here? I don't think we have that implemented in the other one. Some of this stuff is. Some of this stuff is boilerplate. I do not know what gets... Nope, that's still here. So, let's see. I don't think prepared... Is that here? Prepared? Yeah, that's there. So parameter value changed and parameter gesture changed. We don't have those implemented. That's a thought. That might actually be key to what we're missing here. They are in right before prepare to play. So let's include that. The other part, oh, and only virtual member functions can be marked override. Really? Well, how about we try to put that into the other part of the code and then see if that helps. It'll be in here somewhere. But not here. No, that's the end. We do have get state information and set state information, but I don't believe that's what we want. So let's go right up to the top here. Just after plugin processor, we've got prepare to play, but it ain't doing anything. We're going to see whether like in after get name accepts MIDI. I don't know. There's get name. So yeah, some of this stuff is up here. I don't know whether it belongs there. Let's assume we can tuck those things in here. So we grabbed these, and therefore we're going to look in the CPP file and see what we have as void functions in there, because this is the H file, this is headers, and it's defining what we can have there. Oh, my back. I should be able to take some, what's that stuff called? Tiger Balm, and sort of try to spread it all over my back, which I can't honestly reach very well, but all the same. Process block, that's not what we want. We wanted parameter value changed and parameter gesture changed. And I've got to find out whether finding what it is here and including it helps. So this would be value changed. And that would be gesture change, which is just a null. It's just a blank. I'm not sure why we did that. This, however, looks like that could be something. I don't know what this convert from 0 to 1 is, or where it is. Here we've got code stuff, process block, so we don't care about this. But I'm very interested in where it lives. And I don't know if we need to put this underneath this other stuff, or whether we need to do these. These are just voids that are do nothing voids. I'm not sure why those are there. Let's plunk this in and then change it to plugin processor, because that is not speaking in human language or computer language. That's what it's supposed to be. And then we got to do it here too. Up. Let's not click too wildly. There we go. And implicit conversion changes signedness. I don't know if that is a problem. We do seem to be able to convert from 0 to 1 without complaining. This is complaining about unused parameter or param index. Well, you're the one that's a void with no function body, so that's your problem, not mine. So implicit conversion changes signedness. I do not know whether I care. Let's go and find where it says gain, cutoff, and resonance. It says it here. So it's inside plugin processor. Oh, my back. Oh, my back. I'll put it this way, like if I can get through all of this, it will be worth it. Because if I can get something actually working, I can kind of grovel over it, study it, figure out what is functioning and how to use that bit. So let's see, add params gain, cutoff, resonance, and then it's not copying the right bit, is it? Please behave and be nice to me. That's all I ask. That part I'm not going to do anything with. That's the stuff I'm not using. It's audio code. If I make audio code, it will be elsewhere. So here's where I added that. And it's within these curly brackets. So this is exactly the same. I have another complaint, but that's not the first thing on my mind. And then we want to take this and only do that once. This part should work. This doesn't seem right. And I remember getting into trouble with this before. That's worrying. So why are we blowing an error on this? This is where I'm in trouble. This is where I'm in bad trouble, which is why my back is hurting so badly, is I just tense up and start stressing out real bad when it goes this way. It's saying I can't initialize the parameter of listener with an R value of type plugin processor, but I don't know what it would otherwise be doing or how it would be any other way. We seem to be sitting in the same place. We seem to be doing the same basic stuff. But it doesn't want to add listener this, but it needs to add listeners in order to be able to work with this stuff properly. And I don't know what or why or how. Let's go back to this. So only virtual member functions can be marked override. That is also a deal breaker error. And all of this stuff up here needs to be marked override. This is in public. So what if I moved these things to private? Seeing as they are very much not happy to be there. Oh, no, wait. That doesn't seem right. So plugin processor H. No, those are in public too. Oh, however, this does include this. Does the other one include that? Airwindows JUCE toy audio processor, public JUCE audio processor. Plugin processor, public JUCE audio processor, but it is not mentioning this, is it? Huh. there's a comma and then this. That's not the case here. So if we put a comma and then that, now what do we get? We still are, okay, now we're not. That must be because these are part of listener, not part of audio processor. See, we don't know C++, but we're getting something. And that was a major oversight. That might be enough to have this part behave, if not better, at least differently. It's no longer throwing a deal breaker. It is no longer throwing a deal breaker. That suggests that bits of this might work. The question becomes, well, first of all, the question becomes, does it build and do I have a thing of any kind? Because it might simply break and not build. We've got a whole bunch of goofy stuff pointing in various directions here. No, it didn't like it. Bunch of undefined symbols. It's all about slider drag ended. I don't actually care about slider drag ended. I can't say as I care the least bit about that. Why is that even there? I'm not concerned with it. I'm only concerned with the value. Is it in plugin editor? Oh, there we've got void functions. Did we even include any of those in here, or is that simply not there anymore? We got slider value changed. Okay, so plugin editor. There we're overriding slider drag started and ended, which I don't believe we care about in the least. Do we include that here somewhere? There's value changed. Yeah, I think it might help if we include that code, even if it's kind of gibberish. It might be gibberish, but we still need it to be represented somehow. We need to rename it, and we need to have this encompassed. Otherwise, it's going to be a missing symbol, and it doesn't understand what it's doing. So, value change is the only one that I actually care about, but we can incorporate this. Maybe it's just overriding it for some good reason. It's like, I believe the way overrides work is that this would end up not even being in my code if I hadn't mentioned it. But since I mentioned it, it is replacing whatever is in plugin editor. Do I have that? Here's JUCE modules. If I go to the C of plugin editor, does it say this exactly? Yes, it does. Why have we overridden this when it's saying exactly the same thing? I don't know. It just is. Weird. Okay, now let's build it. We just included something that wasn't there before. I do not know why we would have overridden that. No, we're still unhappy. Still sadness. So what's the problem this time? I don't know. I can't see. Oh, undefined. Slider drag internal. And then we got a bunch of just gibberish that I do not get. Undefined symbol, slider drag internal. Well, I want, okay. Let's close both of those and make sure to open only the one that I care about. Gosh. So we're trying to call that. What is? Oh, there it is. There it is. This is probably more overwritten stuff. That or Paul is doing something interesting with this. I see that it says UI to audio push message. Seems legit. Maybe this is all part of his nefarious plan. Anyways, slider drag ended, and we also missed this one. And I've got to update that, of course. To say plugin auditor. This has been updated with the enums. And it looks like I got to update all of this stuff as well. Fine. I honestly do not know why Paul would have done this. Oh, it's giving me hints. Look at that. Will you look at that? I will take your suggestions, thank you. It's asking, did I mean this? Because it found this, but under a different name. This name. This could just, oh, but it's going to be plugin editor. Nope. No, wait. No, all of these. And what the hell is going on here? Do I have a plugin processor parameters? Or is it really plugin? It's saying expected semicolon after expression, but that expression is literally there. Does this make you happier? It did. However, oh, I remember processor ref. See where it says processor ref? It wants that here too. That was not so much Paul's thing. That was how it translates to Pample Juice. This is like pulling teeth, but it's actually maybe kind of sort of getting somewhere. Let's see if it builds. We keep throwing in more stuff, and we're beginning to see why. It built. The question becomes now, so this stuff should be unaffected. It should still run. Plugin processor we have here, our H file. Oh, my back. My back hurts so much. Params, we've got that instantiated. These are things that are supposed to be there. This probably doesn't include, oh no, wait, maybe it does. Oh yeah, it does. Let's make cutoff also be 0 to 1. So now they all, however they choose to be marked, and again, listeners, looks like listeners is working. I don't know where these are going to be placed. I think that must exist somewhere. Not there. But we might be seeing the beginnings of something that functions and works with this technique of going through. In particular, we're farther than we used to be with this stuff. It looks like it's starting to talk with its little, the looking for making that other queue work. Presumably that's how the VSD3 stuff talks back and forth among itself. And all the other platforms are just kind of dumbed down to make that work. Whether or not it's a good way of doing it. And here is this, but here is that. So the H file doesn't appear to contain anything I need to care about, but the CPP file, here's where we establish these things. Where does it make them appear? Okay, handle inbound messages from the UI thread. So this needs to exist. Here's process block. Total num input and output channels. So it's handling that right at the top. This is different ways of dealing with these things. Here is how we handle inbound messages from the UI thread, put right up at the top. It's going to look like this. We should be able to add this and it'll still work, and I need to add it in both of the process blocks, not just one. So let's put it in after this section. See, it says it clears audio channels. So we have that. Oh, and this apparently thinks it's doing something, but I don't know if that necessarily is the case. So let's get our buffers and then handle inbound messages. Let's make that comment look more like I prefer it. The indentation on this is wrong. But we can fix that. Hang on. Hang on. We're just trying to make this less messy. I might be actually making it more messy. I'm not sure. Okay, so well, pop things off of the message thread. That makes sense. I know what the message thread presumably works like. It's this thing where we can stack up stuff that's been picked up in the other thread, and then we start going through them as they appear, or go through all of them as needed. So new value, set value notifying host. Why is there only one parenthesis there? Why is it not complaining? Oh, I see why. That's more like how that would be. And then these are kind of, don't see why you care about these. I think that's just copied from other parts of the code. That's probably the same as exists in the actual JUCE code for this stuff. So we're just kind of keeping some of it. So now let's go on. We've got a couple of more things. Here's a couple of things. We can do auto gainf params gain get, but then we can take cutoff and resonance and do the same thing. So let's do that. Oh, for heaven's sake. No, no, no. Oh, goodness, no. There. And then that ain't even a thing. If this works, we now have controls that go from 0 to 1. And we're going to find out very quickly. But after we've duplicated this into the other thread, knowing that we now have two of these. Paul doesn't do double precision processing, but I do. So between main output, main input, and RMS size. Oh dear. Okay, we'll fix that later. Like this. Boop. Make a little space there. And now we find this, and we're going to call that gain L. Gain R, those should be real. So now the question becomes, where is it going to put those controls? Will it even put them somewhere I can find them, or have we not got that part yet? I think it's going to build. It did build. Here's the next stage. Let's fire this wee bugger up. We've got stuff. We can see whether it runs. This time it runs and makes a sound. Can I find these controls? I cannot find these controls. They're placed in the wrong place, but they have indeed defaulted to 1. So we have audio playing through it, so the controls are presumably working. What I need to do is move them so that I can find them. I could also look at them so I can find them. Here is a hiding behind the thing, and I do not see where they are on this. I got a time series display. I got a resizable corner. I don't have an FPS meter that I can see, although I think I can turn it on. Maybe I can, maybe I can't. I don't know, I don't care. I don't see those controls. They're instantiated, they're working, but they're not appearing. So, I don't believe it's going to show up here. They're being positioned elsewhere. Where? Let's look at plugin editor. Oh, man. If it ain't one thing, it's another. Plugin editor CPP. So let's see whether this code makes anything happen. If I can get them to exist, I can get them to put somewhere else. So let's see. Here's plugin editor CPP. Here is plugin editor CPP. This is the bit that should do our message placing. Here's our slider drag. Here's our slider value change. That is correct, although I do not know whether that's... Have I got that right? Okay, slider value changed. Slider drag internal. No, here's slider value changed. Drag internal is probably fine. Yeah. See, it says less than or equal to plugin processor resonance, but this one, on the other hand, is not. So we're going to have a look for how this one said its thing. Slider drag internal. No, wait, value changed is the one. Where's value changed? Here it is. Okay, that's not right at all. What the hell? What the actual hell? I must have simplified that somehow. Let's instead literally grab this and take it and use it. That's what I wanted, yes? And we got to change this. plugin processor. Okay. I'm assuming that's what I wanted to change it to. Yeah. And again, processor ref is what this wants to be called. So having done that, that should now relate to each of those, and that's what that's supposed to be, but I do not see them appearing anywhere, and there's a problem. Do they get positioned here? Do I have an idle timer thing in here? There's one. So we can make this be visible. We're not attempting to do these anymore. That's completely skipped. Inspect button, a whole separate thing. That can sit down at the bottom, I think. That's part of Pample Juice. Just a moment, I'm going to stand up and try to stretch my back a little bit. Man, does it take it out of me to do this stuff. So, timer series display. This actually works. The idle timer works. I'm telling it to be resizable, and I'm telling the editor to be the relevant size for what we're trying to do. That all seems legit. So here we are. Let's now see if we can take this chunk of stuff that is not part of time series display. Just throw it on here and update the bits that need to be updated in order to place these on the screen where I can use them. We got a whole pile of stuff that's going wrong here, but that's expected. I'm not even sure if I have plugin processor in this. No, maybe I do. Do we have this somewhere? Yes, we do. So that's what this is called, and I have to add ref to that other bit. So that is so far so good. That is this becomes processor ref. There we go. That seems good. I do not know why we're saying shadow is a local variable. That seems bad. I'm not sure I like that. Why would I want to be shadowing a local variable? That seems like that's what I would not want to do. What other local variable do I even have that would be shadowed by that? So implicit signed int to, well, this is code this is very much Paul code. This should be fine. We don't have labels on this. That is a concern. XMG and XPause, huh? Okay, and then set bounds. It's going to be one 100 tall by 120 wide, fine. And instead of 170, let's call that 670 down. Text box style. Oh, and we do not need to update that because we are just going to set these to the same range. I changed it from having one of those be different. Auto N, make unique. So we're making these. We're doing this stuff, setting this value. Fine, fine. There's our bounds. There's our position. Add listener. Fine, fine. Add a make visible. We don't actually have labels, nor am I that interested in having these be this way. So how about we just delete this stuff for now. Having special labels is not that interesting to me. And we do have N. Auto N, make unique, blah, blah, blah. This could possibly work and place them on the screen in a relevant place. Let's find out. What's going to be really exciting is if I can start derping around and it thinks it succeeded. Let's find out whether that was true. What'll be really interesting is if I could derp around with a knob class and do the override thing with the knob class and then start designing my own kind of knob, because then we can start actually moving in the direction of doing this stuff in a more interesting way. And I can make all of that stuff resizable if I'm patient. But first things first, we got to see whether that can even... Oh, let's quit out of here. Restart. Let's see whether we can even make any of this stuff work at all. So in theory, we should have placed 3 controls that can be revealed by going down like this. Hi. And they can be adjusted. It's alive. My creation is alive. And this don't do nothing. Okay. That's interesting. Is this a usable box? Can we like select it and click it and do stuff with it? We can. People always like this. Being able to type stuff in. What if you type in wrong stuff? 500. Nope. It's clipped to 1. Okay. Cool. This is now looking pretty promising. And you'll notice that I'm able to independently control the sides, so that you can't notice that, but we got there. What I'm interested in doing, oh, we can use inspector too. Check this out. Here's the inspector control. That's part of Pample JUCE. So this is supposedly a slider, but it is rotary. We can change the fonts and things. We can change the... can we change the side by the corner? I don't think so. We can make it disabled or enabled, visible or invisible. It intercepts the mouse. The class is slider. We can theoretically label. That's our label. Look and feel V4. Label can be enabled, visible, not visible, so on and so forth. Intercepts a bunch of stuff. Here's things that we can change in code to make it be different looking. That's cool. Nothing wrong with that. Box model. So gain slider. Here's a little preview of it. That's fine. It has no color properties. Okay. We can kind of slide it around and see where it says on the box model, but that's not actually especially useful. I wonder if this is going to let me manipulate it in other ways. Shift click is not resizing. Oh, hi. We've got resizability if we click it just right. That means we can watch how it draws and represent it differently. Oh, it draws on top of that, so we can make it be a giant. And having done that to inspect it, so we can make a giant control if we want. Or let's open that inspector again and put it back. Oh, got to select it. Gotta select it to move it around. So we can kind of fool with stuff like this in order to make the knobs go to different places and do different things. Fair enough. Okay. This is looking pretty promising, I must say. The fact that we can get this bit working, there's a bunch of it that I'm not satisfied with, but then there's a bunch of it which seems fine. I also get to do some things which may or may not win favor with people, such as I don't have to have text boxes there with a little number. Numbers always make you want to use the number and care about it. I am much more in favor of having controls where you're turning the knob and it is not labeled. Like the gain control on my APIs, that is not labeled. There's little dots to the side of it, and that's all. There are no numbers written on the API. A lot of professional gear of this nature, you don't actually have controls on it. Now, what I would like to do is override this and have a different look for it. So that's probably something worth investigating. Great fun that I get to fool with it using that melatonin thingy. It's nice that I feel like this does seem to involve a lot of fussing with it. Like, I do not know why. Like, could I set it to generic interface and it would show me what this says? Because it says this slider, right? But it's not actually a slider. And we have these chars that are just kind of starting with that. That's a separate place for writing cutoff or resonance or whatever. And then it's also separate from these things. And we are clearly writing... Oh, no, that is not even in my code. This is the code that has a label on it. So this is in Airwindows JUCE toy, so we can make that go away now because we've got it functioning. Let's quit out a twisted wave. This is the bit that we have functioning. So set slider style. What options do I even have? Vertical drag, horizontal vertical drag, just plain rotary. So these are my options for this, and I can have it do that, at which case I'll have to drag it around in a circle. That is fine. How about this slider? What are my options here? Text box above, below, right, or left. Okay. Okay. Let's tell it to be no text box and see what we get. That's one way of doing it. I'm not sure what false means here. Let's go and look that up. Boop. Slider class reference. So this is where I'll get the information for some of these things now that I have them up and working. Because like I said, usually when I'm running into problems with this stuff, it's because there was some sort of fundamental thing in the structure of it that I wasn't able to get working. Having got it working, I see no reason why I couldn't just derp around with these things and make them work. Like all of this stuff should be overridden, and sliders are simply a kind of class. So here we got labels, progress bars, limited, all of this kind of stuff. Here's rotary parameters. Okay, not worried about that. Here's slider layout. Not much here either. Okay, bounds. We're already dealing with bounds. Maybe I need to step back a bit. Widgets. Slider. Okay. So there's our rotary parameters, but we can also tell it to be other kinds of things like rotary, horizontal drag, vertical drag. That's all cool. I'm not sure what horizontal vertical drag is supposed to mean. I do not know what two-value vertical is supposed to mean. Oh, two different things. Okay. Okay. Are there rotaries that have two thingies? I guess we'll find out. So with our slider style, we get those to be rotary. There's our properties. So that's how many radians it goes to. So that's how far it goes. Whether it stops at enter just twirls. I can see what that's going to mean. These things can probably be based as normal for JUCE. That's probably going to set up to be fine. I'm more interested in visually altering it. And I'm pretty sure I know how that needs to be done. Oh boy. Now, one of my concerns here is that in JUCE, you're supposed to make new text files for new stuff that you're going to include, such as, for instance, overriding the controls, and then just kind of bring them in. And I'm pretty sure I could make a new file with the relevant things in it. And I'm pretty sure I could tell the relevant things to be overridden, but I'm not sure if I can tell JUCE to go and find the new thing. I'm pretty sure it's set up so that it's not auto-scanning, although I could be wrong. But that said, let's see. All right, widget. wonder what this does. It'll be fun to make some new little controls and things. The thing that I'm using for the big fancy graphic is, I think, not optimal. I could do better. I'm not entirely happy with what I've got there. It's just the best that I have. See, plugin editor paint. So we're completely filling the window with that. We're not overriding background color, are we? This bit we no longer need to do. Although we could leave it there. So some of this stuff that is going to be a particular thing. It's not showing up other than, like, if I don't do this, it's going to be like blank white or something. And then this stuff, I should go back to here and go back to JUCE toy. Gotta say, as strenuous as this is, I am so pleased that it makes little tiny bits of progress. Excuse me. It's nice that I keep putting little tiny bits of something. For instance, here is resized, and it is living in plugin editor. So if I look in plugin editor, not that one, but this one, I should be able to find resized in here, and we're not actually using it. Interesting. He's claiming that this is where you'll want to lay out the positions, but we're not actually doing it there, are we? Huh. I think Paul's one doesn't dynamically resize, does it? But this does. So inspect button gets to move. And these sliders are no longer So if I wanted to resize them, how would I go about doing that? Kind of like this, X pause. So if I was to move all of this over, but then just only use the resize versions of it, what would happen? Copy that. We're not going to be using any of that stuff, but we're going to try to stick this in here and see whether it can dynamically update. We're stepping through these. We want XMG and XPause, but we don't want this because we're not setting that. We're not setting the style. We're not setting the text box style. We're not setting the range or the value, but we do want to set the bounds. Now what? And then we don't want to add extra listeners because none of those things actually need to go. But what is this? Why does it say N now? What did I delete that I shouldn't have? Okay, auto N. No, we're making new sliders. That's no good. What the actual hell? I don't want to make unique. I want to refer to the one that's there. Ugh. What the crap? Okay, so this is no longer what I thought it was. That's a problem. Make unique slider, presumably that's the internal name of it. So, if instead we just hard-coded it rather than using a loop, we wouldn't have that stuff. And we'd be looking for this. No listeners, none of that stuff. And we'd be looking for names. What do we have for names? This space slider. Why is there a space? Are we giving it an internal name by doing this? And if so, why is there even a space? That doesn't seem to make any sense at all. Because white space is not your friend in C. Let's see what happens if we go Can we do that? No, that's an unidentified, that's an undeclared identifier. Well, we're declaring these here. Here's our inspect button, add and make visible. So that's going to be declared in the H file. We are not declaring that there. If it ain't one thing, it's another. What's going on with all of this nonsense? So we did that up here. This part is how it works. So we're kind of trying to walk through these simple numbers. They're just enums. They're just numbers. We're doing add and make visible here. Star n. And n is make unique. So we're making this, and so presumably there's got to be, how about if we do this? Then the character, presumably it's gain slider with no space. Then will it work? No, because it's not declared. Oh, well, how do you go about iterating through? How do we bring these up now that they've been created? We need to set the bounds of them, but we can only set the bounds in an instantiation because Paul's thing doesn't do anything in resized. That's frustrating. And yet it would be kind of nice to be able to do something in resized. I'm just saying, it's normally considered to be good. So fitted gain slider. Nope. Nope, that's still an undeclared identifier. So how do I refer to, because the rest of this is basically nonsense and doesn't need doing. This part is, so I don't think I've even built it and looked at it since I did this. Sliders, P, so sliders needs, okay, so we have an array. Let's start iterating through the array. Okay, that actually might be a better approach. Let's do that. Inside here, then if we use this, okay, it found what sliders is, but we're not doing anything with n. But instead, Inspect button set bounds, so sliders set bounds. And where do we get xpos anyway? Here's xmg, here's xpos. We really should only have to do that once, but that's fine. This is more or less where things are being positioned. And then let's set bounds. But rather than doing n set bounds, that being the only thing that we really need to do to move it, sliders p dot set bounds. That, no, apparently not. Okay, but it has a suggestion. Okay, so how about doing what it suggests, which is boop, boop. Now what? Okay, now let's take the rest of this out of the way. We don't need this stuff. It was just copied from elsewhere and doesn't belong, but this bit, if this works, our sliders now resize. Oh, my back. You know, if I master all of this stuff and build it into some template stuff, that will mean I'll be able to do this kind of work without as much pain. The pain is coming from not knowing what the hell I'm doing. And it's only because I'm just tensing up and struggling with it all so much. If I could learn to relax a little bit, that might be good, but this is the kind of stuff that people expect me to just be able to do. Whatever. We do the best we can. Now we have a resizable thing, but it should be depicting. Oh, no, it crashed and died. That's not good. I wonder if it'll work better next time. I wonder if that's telling me anything useful. Okay, this bit was unhappy. The resized messages make it be unhappy. I could comment some of that stuff out and see what caused it to blow up. Let's see what's where and how. Okay, here's slider drag internal, don't care about that. Where did I have what I just did? Here. This would be the only part that changed. It built, but it was very unhappy. So let's see now. So this part should work, but we don't actually have to have it there. Hang on. Let's see if it actually dies if you have this loop there, but it simply isn't doing anything. If we do this, it isn't doing anything. Let's try that again. See, this is why my back hurts. It's an endless series of this kind of stuff where it looks real promising and then next thing you know, boom. Why yes, let's recover from this crash and have 2 instances of this up. We didn't do anything with it, so that's fine. And now let's see if we can instantiate this or if it dies. Nope, it was okay. Not only that, we can move it to reveal that we have indeed placed these. And the horizontal, this is the rotary version of the control. And I have indeed told it to not have any labels, so that's fine. Also, we didn't instantiate the color, and so it's drawing it as black, because we didn't tell it to be a color. It's happy drawing everything else. I'm not sure whether maybe I like this rotary, but one thing about it is if you do have the rotary control, this allows you to do something that literal knobs don't let you do, which is subtle controls. Just move it way the heck off screen and it will follow the angle of what you've told it to do. You can maneuver it in large ways like this, or you can go whoop and do little subtle controls. I kind of like that. To the point where I'm almost inclined to choose this version rather than the click in the center and just move it up and down kind of version. I kind of am liking that. Hey, Crappy Blonde. This is a momentous day in its way. Oh, and can we quit out of here? Oh, it's going to ask whether I want to save. No. Okay. So we can iterate, but we cannot actually set bounds without crashing at least once. This should be able to do its thing. See, this is the thing that I'm considering now. I know I've got inspect button set to a fixed position, and I can resize the overall window. Right now, nothing is actually changing in size. And right now, I don't think I can actually update sliders. Plus, our sliders, it's given me a suggestion as to what it thinks it should do, but the other one is written differently. So if I do this, yeah, it is having an issue. Maybe it's because it's an array. What else can I do? I know set bounds is becoming broken. If instead I change the set text box style, let's see if it's any happier doing this than it is resizing by setting bounds. Because that is possible. We could simply if that works, it'll set it to text box below, and then we comment out this bit, and we see whether it blows up and dies or not, because we've set it to no text box, but then if I resize it, we'll see whether the text boxes suddenly appear. Let's see whether that does anything useful. Oh, my back. I really got to go and find that little thingy where it's a machine that you sit in your chair and it rubs your back for you. I don't know what There are times when one would like to have somebody that would rub their back for them. That is not my thing at the moment, sadly. Nor was it ever really, even when I was dating. I didn't actually pick somebody who was really there with that one. Go figure. Maybe that's just my poor choices. I don't know. Anyway, let's see if it opens or if it crashes. Can we, in fact, refer to anything about this array? No. It's no happier doing that, is it? We do not like referring to that, do we? It's not happy doing text box style either, is it? Why is it saying default delete? Could I perhaps refer to this in some other way? Like what in the actual hell? I can refer to this array, but it's not helping. And I can't do this with it. That's actually showing as a default. It's insisting that it must do this, but then it dies. So maybe I meant to use this, but it doesn't actually help. It doesn't do anything useful. I am starting to feel that I'm lost. I am starting to feel that that is not going to be helpful. I can do some of this stuff, but it doesn't actually work. And if it don't actually work, there's a little point to, yeah. Implicit conversion changes signedness. Well, what if I just skip that stuff and do it with only one of the things? Auto XMG, auto pause, and slider. Let's do only one. I've got more than one slider, so in theory, if this does anything, it has ceased complaining. The question is whether that means anything helpful. Let's find out. We will apply a text box and also move the thing if this works. And if this works, then we can do it manually rather than doing a loop. I do not know why it would care. Also, it's an ugly, ugly hack. But we're going to find out whether just doing one of those things does the trick. Open a smaller. Let's not bother recovering. And can you open or can you just die? Nope, it just died. None of this is working. We're going to abandon this bit for now, in a rather special way that involves moving some of this stuff about and then begging for help at some other time when somebody knows what they're doing. It's more than I do. And we're going to put this P back because that did not end up being the problem. And so here is a bit that is supposed to be able to do a little for loop for resizing and iterate through these things. Unfortunately, it doesn't do any such thing. So we're going to comment all of that out because that is what caused it to die. We should be able to resize these controls. We are unfortunately unable to resize these controls, and that puts a big obstacle, unless, of course, we end up not using a array at all, because I don't insist upon using loops for all these things. I often like doing them pretty directly. I'm not really your loopy guy. I would just as happily go through each of these individually and just have it explicitly go through each one. Those are all overrides. JUCE slider listener. So we're loading JUCE slider, huh? I want to go and see maybe whether I can find that stuff. Some of these things like JUCE DSP, not going to be needing that one, thank you. Would slider live in JUCE core? JUCE graphics? GUI basics? I feel like it said widgets. Hi, here's JUCE slider. So if I was to go and try to override that, then what would I get? Pimple, what the heck? Here's a bunch of options. I'm pretty sure all of these are going to have code in them. Oh, ow, 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 ow. Hurts so bad. There's a bunch of stuff in here. Look at how they all refer to other things. Where do we have paint? Where do we have the pretty pictures? Is there somebody else who is overriding JUCE's style with their own and has code which would outline how this is done? Here we've got a batch of things to do. This is what the JUCE slider stuff is all about. This is all just self-referential references to other things. All of the options are piled into this one thing. Pop-up menu. Okay, so it also builds in its own thing where you get to swap around between those various things. I wonder if that's so default that that's present in the one that I made. I'm going to find out immediately. Let's put that in. Having commented that stuff out, it should now work. I'm going to find out. So, drag it to where I can see these controls. And they can be manipulated like this. Now, contextual menu. Is something I should know about? Control clicking, Command, Shift clicking. I see no default. Seems to work pretty directly. Zoom into the relevant places. I do not see anything, any combination of buttons that is giving me a... Oh, nice. Mouse wheel does something by default. So what I'd like to do is keep some of this behavior the same, like select the one that I like and use that. I don't see anything where I can bring up a pop-up menu that lets me change the behavior. And it looked as if that was something that was available. But I do like the fact that this is allowing me to use mouse wheel automatically by default. Also, I never put back the color, so that might be worth a look. Velocity sensitive. What the hey is even that? Handle rotary drag, so that's already handled. That is their code for that. Absolute drag, different thing. Mouths down, blah, blah, blah. Do we have paint in here somewhere, or is that just living in an entirely other place? There we go. I just asked. Paint. It probably includes all kinds of stuff you can override to sort of roughly kludge it into position. I honestly don't like the way all of this is designed. It's that function-y stuff where everything is pointing to something else. It's all just... This is how Google Chrome ends up eating as much as like a 3D renderer just to type a letter. This is how that happens. I must say I'm not happy with what I see here, and yet I see why it is, because this is just how people code things these days. It's because everybody wants to be able to customize it, but only customize it in a certain way. Okay. So we did all of that and learned nothing. Yay. Now let's go to this paint control and fill all resizable window, background color ID. Although I could simply update it. It is not, I can use any color I want. For now, we're going to leave that. I don't know whether I can update get look and feel. Let's go and find what it says about that stuff. Look and feel is label fonts and things. Okay, look and feel. I think we're up to look and feel v4 or something. Okay, that is not as interesting as I thought, but slider style, on the other hand. I'm just looking around to see whether I can do my old, maybe I can find a picture of this. It would be neat if I could. I do have an aesthetic for this stuff. It's a question of effects. If I can find this somewhere, I do not know if I am finding this anywhere. Not going to be there. See you later, Crappy Blonde. Don't you worry about that. Oh, I found something. I had a look and feel like this. It's maybe not perfect, but there's nothing saying I couldn't go with this look and feel. And as you can see, I've got it being drawn at different sizes. I came up with ways of scaling things appropriately. It's all using old school macOS appearance, but I had it looking like that, and I became fond of how that layout was. And we don't really need the dots around the edges, but you'll notice I've got a bit of a visual. It's not just a rotating thing. We've actually got like visual elements that are highlighted in a shadow, and those are drawn in relevant to the rotating knob. Like, it will have that very small, subtle touch of it looks like a knob that one might be able to rotate or move or something, and indeed that is exactly so. Also, there's this little black dot, which was only when it was centered. You can see this one is slightly rotated, and you can see what that looks like, and I'd like to replicate that. I would like to make it look like these, and I do not know quite how, but that is the target. It's old OS 9 looking stuff, this, back in the day. Okay. Override that, and I need to subclass that and override that. Okay. Have a look at this code. Let's open that in a new tab. Page not found. Well, that's helpful. Although I appear to have a copy of it. File has been truncated. Well, that's unhelpful. Bah. Curse you. And that is whoever Fabian is, FR810. This is back in 2016, so it may very well not be relevant anymore. It might be too old. I do not want to use the film strip technique. I want to draw them in code. And the tutorial, fine. The recommended way of drawing UI components is in fact the way that I want to do. Okay. Tristana came up with something. See, I mean, what I would want to be doing would be copying what already exists as an override, much like a bunch of this other stuff was done. Here is a docs tutorial look and feel customization. Let's open that in a new tab and see if it exists. It looks like it does. Here we go. 2 rotary sliders, fine. That seems good. Demo project. I do not care to simply override these colors. That said, it'll let me do it. It'll let me do it all right, but I'm looking to redraw the actual knobs. Also, I don't like the way that they scale up and down the tracks. I don't like the way the larger ones and the smaller ones engage. So that is still okay. So we're dealing with classes and stuff a lot. It would be very interesting if I was able to pull this one off before I was done for the day. We're probably coming back on Thursday and doing more of this now that we're actually able to get something happening. Plugin editor appears to be where we do this stuff. So we can override stuff. Main content component constructor. That is not present in my project, I don't think. Look and feel v4 object. Okay. v4, it's from 2017. We want to step a bit beyond that. So this points to all of these things. Apparently they are all the same. It all refers to all of this various stuff. Slider is the one I'm going to be looking at. And slider is the one I'm going to want to override with a rotary thing, not a linear thing, which is not to say that I couldn't also come up with a linear thing. If I did, it would probably have similar design issues or design features. But so modules. There's the ones inside this one, and then there's benchmarks, and then there's tests, and I don't think those are relevant. I think it's going to be in here that I'm looking for stuff. There's GUI basics, graphics. I doubt it's graphics. Yeah, that's not going to be what I want. Slider value changed. JUCE modules, JUCE GUI basics, widgets. Oh, it just jumped around like mad. All it did was this, and then the next thing you know, jump to definition, but it's not actually telling me the thing. Okay, GUI basics, widgets, slider H. So we override this, and we're overriding something living inside JUCE GUI basics, and it seems to know where to find it. Let's actually go and find that. Basics, widgets, slider H, 591. Our override is of this. Slider drag ended, and there ain't nothing in here. Interesting. Why do we override it then? And it's part of the class listener public. Okay, so one thing about this is we went here and did this, but we had to include this in this list to be able to do this part. How about this? Paint. Jump to definition. Where did we find that? Basics, components, CPP. 1642. I haven't always been able to do this stuff, you know. Basics, components. No, it's not going to be there, is it? That's not correct at all. Jump to definition. GUI basics components. That's what I'm looking for. Basics components. And let's check once more. Component CPP. So paint lives here. It's a big old file. Where was that again? 1642. There we go. So of course it's referring to other things, but it's assert is empty, not it was okay, and then it's just kind of falling through, isn't it? Assert is some kind of messaging thing. Paint over children, all painting is done in the subclasses. Okay. This is not where we're drawing stuff, though. This is not where we're finding where it's drawing that little circle. We've got look and feel. This is all going to be weird and different. This is not where I'm going to find where it draws that rotary control. Not even slightly. It ain't going to be anywhere around here, because this is not where we're going to find all of the sliders. It's going to be in widgets somewhere, I bet. Except for maybe not? No, wait. We're doing a whole bunch of stuff, but that's not, yeah, that ain't it. That ain't it, Chief. I do not see anything having to do with draw rotary slider outline and thumb. These other ones seem to have it, but this not so much. Okay. Customize the drawing. Maybe we can inherit from something. So this might not at all be, like, all this look and feel stuff appears to be just more referring to the classes that are already there. And that's not satisfactory to me. I want more. Like, draw rotary slider. Let's override this. So we got that stuff going on, but where do we find the actual code that draws the thing? This might be it. So let's override this. I don't know how old this is. It could be a very inappropriate thing to do if we're not actually drawing this correctly. That's kind of worrying. For starters, we can have a look at that and not bother with that bit. And then here's a bunch of things. So if we told it this, but let's please override that. What does it do? Oh, well, it doesn't need the semicolon. And then we have to include it. And where do we do that? Do we have an example that we can work from here? Function body. Well, it's not actually giving me everything, is it? This is the kind of thing that I'm looking to do, but a lot more complicated than that. But if I could get it to do this, it would be a really good start. Because with patience, I'd be able to adapt everything else. Presumably. So let's see. Let's write the function body so we kind of know what that's going to mean. It's going to say, in the C file, we're going to do some more stuff. And it's going in after slider drag internal. And ideally I should go and find where that is, but I don't know where to find it. Erg. Although bits of this look almost like I can just use that. Like if we got draw rotary slider and then all this stuff, that doesn't look that different from what I've got up here. So, oh wait, is it return void? Yeah, it does. So in theory, bits of that, well, I don't know though. Out-of-line declaration of a member must be a definition. Also expected that after top-level declarator. Well, that's not that helpful. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. That's where it was defined. So if instead we change the context so that it looks more like what the above one says. Out-of-line declaration does not match any declaration in plugin editor. That's funny. I thought I had just, only virtual member functions. So that's already not right. I mean, in theory, it should be. So what's going on here that it's upset with me now? What if I extended this outwards like this and said, then what? Base graphics is marked final. Damn if I know what that means. Does this give me anything useful to fool with? Well, hang on. Paint already refers to graphics, so I shouldn't be needed to do anything extra here. This bit should be fine. It will update itself momentarily, one hopes. There we go. So only virtual member functions can be marked override. Let's never mind that I don't really know what a virtual member function is. I'm just trying to get this to do something. So maybe all of this information doesn't belong here, and instead it needs to be paint, JUCE, graphics, and then this needs to live here. We'll put in the curly brackets because goodness knows it's going to need those. And simplify this to only have graphics in this stuff, although that shouldn't actually, this isn't, well, it's a void, but it should be taking in a bunch of stuff, so that's no good. That's no good at all. So if I stripped it out of all of that stuff, it doesn't have anything to use. So out-of-line definition of draw rotary slider. That's not happy talk right there. It's not happy with me. And I did what the thing said, but I didn't do it right somehow. So add this declaration to the class. Well, I tried. I tried to add the declaration to the class. It was supposed to be in the other look and feel class, but that's not really what we're doing, is it? Do we need to make an entirely separate class to do that? Before the main, well, I don't have a main content component class, so further problems. Well, Paul's thing did not generate any different look and feel, but maybe somebody else's did. Let's dial this back out again. This stuff was no bueno. It does not work. But something else might. We're going to roll back and see whether we can actually... Oh, did you build? I think it probably built, because I have removed the bit that would have failed to work. It's going to make a noise in a moment when it gets to audio. Here's our controls. That's all good, well and good. But it's well and good, and I've mixed it too loud. But how do we get at this draw code? How do we get at this draw code and start doing it differently? The tutorial did not help. This tutorial did not do the thing. I was directed to this, but it ain't doing it. It's supposed to. This was said to do it, but it did not, did it? It did not do the thing. I need to find somebody who has successfully done it. Skinning the slider. Here's somebody else talking about it. I don't want to replace it with PNG images. This is 2013. This is way too old. I'm going to want vectors. Oh, it's so 1990s. Okay. I'm quite happy to do vectors. I think Jules is key to... Yeah, I am in fact setting up to do a 3D skeuomorphic interface, but it will be done in vectors. Oh, Valhalla is complaining to Jules. And I know who that is. That's Sean Costello. That is the Valhalla room guy. And we'll see who replied to him and how. Yep. Sean appreciates that. JUCE is not built around PNGs. Well, that's fine. And just because you're using vectors, I'm going to have something that doesn't look anything like that, but I have my own idea. Let's close those. Here's the same kind of thing we're talking about. They're talking about look and feel methods, draw things. I don't know how to use these classes either. Quick and dirty solution would be fine with me, but since it's 2013, I'm no longer sure that's actually relevant. I mean, maybe it is. Tell you what, guys. I gotta go and get some of my dinner ready to go. Also, the fire is dying down, but that might be fine. Be right back. Wanting to make even more coffee, but I shouldn't. Hi, back. So this is going to be a real something. So yes, create a subclass of the original look and feel class. Here's a problem. I don't know how to create a subclass or subclass of a thing. What I can do is this. This is presumably creating plugin editor and plugin processor. All this stuff works. But when we talk about overriding these things, presumably I'm going to want to do an override of something, but I'm not sure how to get a hold of it. Or what I'm looking to do is take, and I would be quite willing to do it as a whole separate file and just deal with that somehow. But what I'm looking to do is take this and override one of these classes that draws the stuff on there, assuming there is even a class. It might be a whole array of classes in here. I'm going to scroll through and look for it a little bit, because I believe this is just a pile of classes on top of each other. Handle rotary drag, that should give me the information. That stuff seems all fine. I wouldn't want to change that. JUCE slider. Well, what's in here? Interesting. Double-click return value. So we can have it zero out by double-clicking the thing, using a key modifier such as an Alt key. So we can turn that thing on. We got drag and send constant messages. That's probably what you want. These comments are over the thing involved, so pop-up bubble. Don't necessarily want that either. It will frustrate people, I know, but should still be able to do something interesting with it. Okay. Color IDs, fine. That can be overridden. I don't want to just do that, but that is part of how this is working. If you're willing to do just box stock JUCE look, I'm not happy with box stock JUCE look. Some of the behaviors seem fine to me, and I don't need to do film strip style that Jules, who apparently does this, hates so much. Oh, look. Paint, internal. So you're not supposed to override any of this stuff, are you? Look at that. Void paint, void all of this stuff. So let's see, if we were to go to JUCE slider and scroll right down to the bottom, or indeed search it for paint. Haha. So if draw rotary slider, so LF, so it's going to be something to do with look and feel. Look and feel v4 CPP. I remember something mentioning that you would override this rather than so. Where do we find that then? Are we even still? No, we're not still in widgets, are we? Alrighty. Where are we? GUI basics? GUI extra? I don't think so. We're somewhere. Oh, GUI basics look and feel. Okay. There we go. Basics, look and feel. Here's V1 through V4. So presumably we could actually pick various ones. And this would be where we get it. So we'd be trying to override this stuff. How's that done? Subclass the original look and feel class and overwrite this stuff. Don't want that. Don't want that. More than happy to more or less I'm quite happy to not use PNG images for anything. I'm quite happy to do it the way Jules apparently thinks JUCE needs to be done. I am in agreement of thinking that that should be scaled and stuff. I just think I can do it more Airwindowsy than he is. I can't give up on replacing the slider thumb with a PNG file. Aw. What I'd like to do is just literally override this with the same code so that I could change it and then it would do something else. People talking about all this constructor stuff and so on, and they are talking about things that I am really not in a great place to deal with. I am simply not that educated of a programmer. I'm a C guy, I'm not a C++ guy, so all of this stuff is not only not what makes me happy, but it's also very challenging for me. This is somebody who's still having problems. Private messages, unhelpful. Don't care that the tools for working with raster graphics are better and more flexible. I'm more than happy to do things the hard way. Yep, there's more people responding to that. People drawing the various things. Ooh, that is messy. C++ fair. Take me a long time to do that though. I'm quite happy to go with vector-based design. I honestly am. We got to override something. Oh, boy. So override. This claims to be a tutorial. Let's see whether that's actually a tutorial. Okay, we've seen this before. Alrighty, main content component constructor. I don't rightly know what that is. But plugin processor, it's plugin editor, not processor. Processor is going to be for the audio side. Plugin editor is going to be for the graphic side. And I don't need to worry about time series display because that's just drawing my meter. So this is going to be the same thing as that. So If you add the following line to the correct constructor, then both dials will be red. Well, that'll be interesting. Let's find out whether that's even true. Can I find a relevant place to put this in where that'll actually do a thing? Public, explicit, Boolean editor, void paint, void blah, 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 private, etc., so on and so forth. Does it say in the public main content component constructor? So given I do not know what a constructor is, and that's a problem, the destructor, I think, is this, the tilde thing. Here's a bunch of things that are acting like overrides of stuff. So if I put that in here, it's shown up, but it requires a type specifier for all declarations. Okay. Some of the rest of this looks about right, but is it a void? Do I simply do that to make it work? No, it's not happy, is it? Yeah, that's no good. That is not correct. Well, we do something in this private here. Or honestly, if we're doing something like this, constructor A, what if the constructor is up here? It would be this, and then that's the destructor. And here's where we do a bunch of things. And this is an instruction to JUCE to do a thing. Here's more instructions to do other things. And so if we had this in here, does this then apply what I'm thinking it might apply? Well, we can find out real quick. Slider thumb color. It even looks the same. So we're going to find out whether we are updating what that color is and whether it builds. It does build. So if this works, then we've learned a new thing. For one, where the constructor is. Scroll down. We learned a new thing. This is where the constructor is. And we successfully made all of these bright red buttons, which is not at all what we want, but it did something. Cool. So, yay. Replicated what this was about. Make a new look and feel. We go all the way over to this, and that's kind of the golden. If we can replicate that, I can make it use my own code to draw it. They do not respond visually to mouse pointer interaction. That's unhelpful. Cool. Let's see whether we can get any of that stuff working. Don't honestly need to do the... Hopefully by Thursday I will have unclenched, and then I will not be in as much pain. So let's see. First, add a new look and feel v4 object as a member. Okay. We have, it says these things there. Where did we do that? We would do it in plugin editor. kind of lives here. This is where we make the sliders. We don't need to make labels because I'm not actually using those. So let's see whether we can lose that. Then we'll start finding out whether we can, we're gonna call it Airwindows look and feel. We'll see if we can make it do something. For starters, let's see if that builds. If it doesn't, it's an immediate deal breaker, but I'm thinking it probably will. Hey, cool. And then the rest of this stuff hopefully will work basically the same as we had. And then the line of code and the constructor changes to Airwindows look and feel. Cool, cool. Hang on. Airwindows look and feel set color. Okay. Why does this have... Okay. No, not okay. Does not provide a call operator. Well, gosh, what if I did this? Now is it happier? Yes, it is. Okay. Alrighty. This line of code of the main component constructor. Well, that's not helpful. But I get what you're hoping to do. You have just, your documentation leaves something to be desired. Look at you. Add this line of code to the main component constructor. That's not actually a line of code. That's a big blank. Let's look at the view page source. Hope I can go back. Okay, how's it looking to feel? Add this line of code to the colon. Nope. There ain't nothing there. That's totally missing. Helpful. Thanks, JUCE. Love your cooperativeness. If I add a stark raving blank, it should create a UI like the following screenshot. You're supposed to guess. You're just supposed to know. That's, you fool, you do not know the magic for making this work. Programmers, man. C++ programmers. I have to have humor on this because my back is tying itself up into a knot and I'm in pain. That is the appropriate time to come up with humor for this kind of stuff. So remove that line, fine, I added it before. Add it before the main content component class. Huh. Well, let's see now. So we can remove that line, sure. Right now, I'm going to just comment it out. And now we're going to try to do some of these things. For instance, I think it wanted me to do it up here. Class this, class that. So they want it first, but... Well, okay, we'll do it first, just like it said. I'm going to maintain the capitalization. So we can do that. It's expecting that after class. Where's... Oh, I see what happened. It wants there to be one of these. It's probably going to be happier now. Yeah, seems legit. And that is a simultaneous way of doing that, so I don't need both, I don't think. And yeah, so it's going to want to do that, much like this. Very good, very good. And we never did... We add this line of code. Okay, well, what did we do to get it right first time? And the other one. We did this. That should do it globally. Let's see if it still affects things. We're supposedly overriding this. And we never got any code for applying it to only one slider, but that's okay, because I don't need to do just individual sliders. I would like it to still refer to both. And we might actually be on a track towards bringing in all of that stuff and then overriding it. So firstly, let's go and check that out right now. And see what we get and whether it crashes and blows up and dies. It built the thing, but it did not apply it. We are not actually using the new color this time. And we would like to be using the new color, so we got to figure out why it's not doing it this time. Here's our class. It's doing the set color. It's doing this, but I'm not sure why it's not actually updating it. What's up with that? Remove that, so maybe we need to do it in a different place then? Add that before the main content component class. In the H file? Or in the constructor? We've got it in the H file. That's kind of where things that say class live, I thought. And we're able to apply that too, but it's not using. We're able to make one of these, we're able to apply it, but it's not using it. Add our new class, change the class name. We did that. So far, so good. The idea of changing the little colors individually for sliders does seem kind of cool in its way. So remove the line from the constructor. Let's put that back again. Actually, that shouldn't matter, should it? Because it's already there. Why are we not using it? Should we maybe be... Should it not be private? Surely this is the right place for this. Can you even put it in here? I mean, it's not showing up in a useful way. I would imagine that it should be in private. I don't think it should necessarily be in public. That said, I can see if it builds. Private seems to be like it's the correct place for it, so I don't get this at all. Yeah. It built. We made a class. We inherited JUCE look and feel. We have a public. We have a set color. But I don't think we're using it. And that seems weird. How do we tell it to use the separate class rather than the other thing? I guess we can find out right now whether that did it, although I'm suspicious that it did not. Hey, Fotis. We got knobs working, but we can't change the looks of them very well. And I feel like that's an implicit part. Let's see if it crashes. It does not crash. So here's what we've got, Fotis. We have knobs. And the knobs actually talk to the audio thread. And this is the guts of what we would need to use to start making audio plugins. Problem is, these are JUCE knobs. They need to look different than this. I have a look for the knobs in order to go forward with this stuff. It's delightful that we're actually able to make it work. That's cool. That's splendid. It's a very promising thing. There's more too. Like, we can take the inspector, click on this stuff, and start derping around with these things. Like, check it out. Can make a big giant knob. And a little smaller knob. Oh God, can they be concentric? That's terrible. Wow. Okay, that's mind-blowing. How does it figure out what's what? Okay, so here's our entirely concentric thing. Oh, and now it disappeared. It is not actually happy doing that. I don't blame it. That was an extremely silly stunt. I didn't actually mean it. Have you got something? Well, I'm actually doing fairly good progress, all things considered, given, that I'm me and have no idea what the hell I'm doing. I like the fact that I can define these in different sizes and stuff. We haven't actually got resizing working yet either. I don't have it in such a way where I can change the size of it and have it resize the knob, so that's also a problem. And right now the problem I'm having is that we can define this in various ways. I believe it belongs here. But unlike what the tutorial says, it's not actually using the supplemental look and feel. Like, it does this, but it doesn't do it. It doesn't do anything. And I don't know why. Because we're doing all the things it says to do. Here's a class. I suppose one thing I could try to do is move it to the bottom of all this. Now, if we have this class down here, maybe it'll be happier. Oh, nope. Nope, it has to be in the top because it's referring to this. So it does have to be before the other bit. So we can... Now, if it does that, it can find the type name. It does know what that is. We're even able to do stuff, but it's not using this. It's not using this one. And that is annoying. So where we say JUCE look and feel v4 other look and feel, we can probably what did it say? Oh, we want this. And that looks a lot like the other thing. So that presumably, we got set color here. And so in theory, this should actually work. It might work. But using this subclass is failing to override the thing. And see, with that, we have... I'm willing to guess that this is probably going to do it. It's probably going to do it. Or not. See, that's not overriding it at all. But we did remove the previous bit. So what we had earlier was this. And we're supposed to be able to update this like it does here. Get look and feel, set color. So that surely should be doing this, but I do not know if that's going to let me do it. Nope, it doesn't provide a call operator. But this is the place that I can do get look and feel. That does provide a call operator. And doing this, I can update it. And we'll just double check that, but I have no reason to believe that's not true. But we're not able to subclass it somehow. Something about it. I'm doing it just like it says in the tutorial, and yet it refuses to respect what I am asking it to do. See, now I've done it with just JUCE alone. And then it says you can do it with only one of the controllers, but then when I try to do that, the tutorial intentionally leaves out the code that you need. See, this is what they say you can do. This much I could do. I'm not interested in doing that. And see, it says change the line of the code in the constructor. You're supposed to be able to do this, right? So we can do that. We can have the private area where it says these various things. We can tell it to be other look and feel, Airwindows look and feel, anything like that. Just like this here. We can do this. We can do this. This is the bit that didn't work. Except I think that's going to give me another problem. But we can do that. and that is made an instance of JUCE look and feel with all of its stuff, and then overrode a bit of it. And then the line of code is blank, and so it doesn't actually show you what to do. I don't get it. I don't get it. Why would they do this? Why would they even do that? Maybe there's an example of something like that, where they're continuing, but there's a place where they show how it does the thing. And this is the bit that I started to do, which is not throwing an error, but it's failing really hard. So that line is the line that it's supposed to apply to only one of the things, but they've left out the line of code. I'd like to override this stuff. Now, what else could they possibly mean? Look and feel v4 inherits from look and feel v3. So this is layers and layers and layers of cruft. I don't like this part at all. I mean, it seems to work. That's fine, but I'm not happy about some of that. And they keep saying these things without saying where any of it's done. And we're supposed to be able to do this, but I feel it's very poorly explained. Very, very poorly explained. Maybe there's something else. Here is somebody saying, this is simple, there's a tutorial for this, and they don't mention the fact that the tutorial is literally missing lines that you need to know about. Fantastic information. Fantastic in the sense of it's beyond human comprehension. Still quite happy to be vector design only. It would be nice if you could make that work. March 2019, Feb 2023. Hi. That might be a little bit more. Tutorial. Let's look at another tutorial. Let's find something else, because what we had just abjectly fails even to include its own lines of code, and that's pathetic. So use the help reference and gradually override the methods I think I might need. Okay. Look and feel v4 class. Fine. I don't know how to do that thing, but generally I'm happy enough with what we're talking about. No. Did not check out the peak evaluation repo I sent you. I do not have the bandwidth for that right now. So create a subclass. That's kind of what I'm already trying to do. This is another person trying to do PNG. That's all very well. I want to do it the way they want me to do it. I am unhappy with the state of this. The state of this is absolutely pathetic. This is absolutely and utterly pathetic. You know who else was doing stuff with this? The guy from JUCE, and he was pointing to some things. He was pointing to stuff that people had done, which may or may not be. Oh, also is melatonin inspector looking different? Let's go and find that out right now. What have we got for that? I should be able to run this and let's see if he has different looking graphics. Ow, that really hurt. There's my window. Here is melatonin inspector. Do we have any knobs in this interface? I see a bunch of things. I don't think any of them are knobs though. And we're running a good solid 60 floating point 60 FPS. More like 55 or so, but that's fine. So we can override some of these things, but I have no reference for how to apply it only to certain controls and not others. Fine, fine. Gain slider, cutoff slider. Colors, no color properties. Look and feel, that's not being overridden by anything. That, at least, I could go and see whether it's actually doing that. If I can make look and feel get overridden by something, that might be pointing somewhere. That said, I don't think it's doing it. I don't think it's doing it. Maybe if an add listener, all of this stuff, can I define a distinct look and feel like we've presumably done this here? That presumably is like, this should be where I would get that code that was missing in the JUCE thing, which has no reason to be missing. I don't know why they would just make a blank box where the code's supposed to be. That seems dumb. But do we have a thing in here saying set look and feel? That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? We do. So now, look and feel, new look and feel. Interesting. How about, let's just say, Airwindows look and feel, and let's see whether maybe that qualifies. Seems to find it, but we're not happy. Oh, always need one of those. Now what? Use of undeclared identifier. Well, we've just defined so we'll make this a Airwindows look and feel object, and then we're going to go in and we'll make it be one of those. Is that a, no, it doesn't refer to a value. Okay. Okay. Do we need both of these words in here, or can we have just only one? Invalid operands to binary expression. I didn't know that it was meant to be a binary expression. Maybe if it's not a binary expression, but just a unary expression. Are you any happier now? No, you're not. Not at all. How are we supposed to make this work? Public examples. Okay, public example seems good. Do we have a picture? Ah, here's somebody who's drawn his own pictures. If he can draw that, I can draw something. Won't be using that for it, but how do we go about drawing this element? We got a bunch of things here. Named rotary slider. So we're doing a meme look and feel. Cool, cool. There's not all that. There's kind of a lot here. This is well over my head, I believe. But that's okay, because the previous bit was over my head anyway. So, draw this stuff, draw this and that and the other. I don't know where. Here's some of your stuff. GUI basics, probably won't need that, but and here's where we're overriding draw rotary slider. Oh boy. And that's it's always very puzzling to me in what order we are going through some of this stuff. But we have somebody who is in fact overriding draw rotary slider. So that's cool. And we are referring to this, and so we're doing that stuff. I would kind of like to look at his licensing for starters. Oh, it's GPL 3. Well, as a matter of fact, my stuff would be GPL as well, so there's that. I just want to get some of this working. Name, look, and feel CPP. Okay. There's a lot going on here. What I'd really like to do is be able to see we've got this going on, and this is actually drawing paths and things based on, yeah, like this looks to be the gist of how I would want to go about it. It's just that I want to use a lot of these techniques differently. Ooh, and we're running out of time. It is 4:48. This is it. This is not going to be a day where I can code until 7. Okay, so I like the fact that this is GPL'd, meaning that in theory I could try to get it over. It's just that there's a lot here. There's a lot more here than I would be using. We're going to bookmark this right here while we're at it. Seeing as it is GPL'd, and then close out of there. Oh, actually that was the wrong choice. I wonder if I can undo it. No, I can't. Instead, I want to navigate back from there all the way back to Pamper Juice again. And see who else is out there doing stuff. Maybe somebody is doing stuff in such a way that it's more basic. I've lost what I was looking for. There used to be a reference to who was here. Let's try to go here. Alrighty, here's another one, Valentine. This is also GPL'd. Good, good. And it is also somebody who has custom knobs, although they are fancier than I would choose to make them. But those are definitely not being drawn the same way as the box stock JUCE look. I think I can do better than this aesthetically, but this definitely does not look the same as stock JUCE. So what else? Here's a GUI. Assets, fonts, logos, nope. Panels, that's probably graphics. This is drawn stuff in its own way. Editor. So, editor H. Okay, so we want GUI basics. And some of this stuff, like where is docs? I wonder if we, no, that's just for how to use the plugin. Installers, libs, nope. Nope. Panels apparently is where we're making these knobs. So Valentine main panel is the one we bring in first. And do we have tote bag in here at all? Doesn't look like we do. Where does it say tote bag anywhere? I do not know. Where are we drawing these knobs and things? Okay, so label slider, those are sliders, but they are circular. That's been added and made visible. I don't see where they're being drawn anywhere. Somewhere in here we've got code for drawing these things, because they're not being drawn, unless this is simply an older version of the JUCE stock graphics. That's not impossible. We keep having different looks for things, presumably. I presume that the panels have to do with, see, look and feel constants. Tote bag. Where the hell is tote bag? What is tote bag? Tote bag Valentine parameter ID with the C++'s and separating them out. Fine. Tote bag. Where's tote bag? For heaven's sake, is it in scripts or something? No, that's tests. What in the flying F is tote bag? It's not going to be a font. Nope. Or a logo. Nope. Why does your code say tote bag when I can't find tote bag anywhere? Docs? Nope. That is just a screenshot. So the code draws this. I don't know whether this is stock, an earlier version of stock graphics for JUCE. I don't see anywhere that's drawing actual knobs in this. Like it's very gratifying that this is doing all of this stuff. Libs? I don't believe I looked in libs. Aha! I see a thing that says tote bag. What's going on here? Yeah, got there. I don't know why it says libs. All right. Add missing transitive include. I do not know what. Yep, go in there. Alrighty. So this is presumably some kind of override. Here's H. Include also has utilities and things. And here's where we are drawing knobs. Okay, it is orphaned, so it doesn't make sense for a look and feel class that's supposed to be reusable. Okay, whatever. So draw a drawable knob, draw a rotary slider. And that overrides the JUCE class. Button background, flat button background. This part, we're starting to do a whole bunch of things that seem to say about the same thing. That I don't entirely get. Rotary slider meter, rotary slider base. That goes around the outside edge of it. Base would be, I don't know what base would be. Okay, let's step back one and look at the CP. Oh, well, let's look at the constants first. Those are colors. Okay, cool. Let's look at the CPP. Is here where, see, this is, the problem here is that this is more C++isms where it seems to be scrambled and reshuffled among a bunch of little classes. That is a cause of extra struggle for me. That's not going to be good or easy. What I am looking to do, see here we've got this, we've got that, doing various things. We have a control for drawable knob. Slider image, I doubt that's actually something that's going to be necessary. It feels like slider image might be the detent. That little angle there. And that would suggest that that is another, that's not vector graphics. I suspect that's not vector graphics, and that's drawing a PNG or something. Maybe not, but I got a feeling that maybe that's something which is... Hey, Sudara. Hey, did you see... I didn't notice it was you. Check it out, man. If I build... What we've... Oh, build failed. Now what? Oh, I didn't get this going. This was what I added. It doesn't do anything useful. Let's skip that. And check it out before I go for the day. I'm about 2 minutes from 5, so this is not my time for sticking around. I mean, I guess I would have to stick around if you were like, why, yes, I'll help you do all of these things right now, but that's hardly necessary. Check it out. We got this far. We're still not building on GitHub, so I'm not even worried about that or bothering with it. But if I open this, here is the thing, built-in Pample JUCE. Today I set it up so that it draws proper hit record tone, plus we've got knobs connected to it, and I did not have that before I started today, so we're starting with the winner here. All of this other stuff I could fill in with more knobs and things and so on. I can probably handle this part. What I'm looking to do is not have these knobs but make my own. And then finally, and I will have to be cautious about this, but if I do open recent, this is where we got to. All I got to do is fire this up, and then let's just make these go to 0 real quick. And, oh, it's still making a noise. This is Def Leppard photograph. And this is the meter that I wanted. What it is doing is it is drawing this graphic in such a way where it's drawing peak energy and slew energy and zero cross energy in such a way that it highlights when it is sonically optimal to most closely resemble hit records. I don't know crap about C++, but this is the stuff that I know, and this is why I wanted to do all of this. So what you see here, I'm already able to go forward with this and start building the making the videos I wanted to make using this, and I'm going to try to choose music that I can let people actually hear, which I should be able to find, although I also intend to do, for instance, Beatles tracks, and show people where the peak energy and slew energy and so on reside in those. Ideally, once I'm finished doing all of this, which, like I said, we've got, I'm pretty sure that this, well, let me see now. So let's see, this bit was the bit that I was showing before. So that is a hit record scream from Joe Elliott, and it registers on the meter as being a very optimal blend of peak energy and slew energy and so on. It just kind of balances out. All of this stuff registers as a form of metering that nobody else has actually done. So with the help of your framework, JUCE, I should be able to bring this to the world as long as I can get through all of the troubles with it. And as you've seen, I can make the controls work before. And these didn't work before. I got them going today without help, without knowing anything about C++. So that's cool. The part that I'm lacking is being able to subclass these knobs so that I can make my own knobs. And I had a picture of something that I wanted to use, but it's kind of missing now. Anyways. So yeah. So it's going along pretty good. I can only progress so far. And the issue that I'm running into with look and feel, and I mean, if you want to drop by on Thursday, otherwise I'll just bash myself against it some more. The problem I'm running into is that I can do this. I can make a look and feel, which is subclassing this. I can override the set color with what this new one is, but I can't actually make it do anything with it. Like we can do that. We don't need to do this if we're doing it in the superclass or the class that's being defined here. So I can see that this is the creator for the class. I can see that it's doing set color, but I have no way of, like, this is as close as I got was, can I take this instantiation of the slider and set look and feel here? And I was able to do this much, but then it wants another argument of some kind. And I don't know what to do at this point. This is the point where I'm lost. So for now, we're going to leave that for today. Oh, I forgot to turn on my... Give me a moment. I have to warm up my stove. I forgot to do that. Okay, so now technically I have to wait for, I don't know, 5 or 10 minutes to be able to make my tacos. I can't immediately go off and do that. So if you're hanging out off the top of your head, LNF instance in the plugin editor. All right, well, we've got this. I believe we've made a Airwindows look and feel of the class Airwindows look and feel. It's just not doing anything. If it takes a pointer, that sounds a little bit like, I'm not going to say that here. And these folks are not returning useful information, so that's not helpful. Let's see. So no conversion to that. And then, so pointer, I think that might mean, are we in with a chance here? Nope, because it ain't like, it's not happy with that. When you say takes a pointer, I assume it's something like this or the ampersand. but I couldn't tell you exactly which is which or which to do. And we don't need this line up here because that's already in another class, so I don't need to worry about that. So it's going to be something like this. And I would be more than happy to try that. Oh, let's see if it's any happier when I do this. It'll be very exciting if I get that. Nope, no happier than... Maybe I've got that backwards. Invalid operands. I will swap the position of those things. Only one argument. Okay. Well, hey, now it's expecting that, so that probably is what you mean. Let's see if it works. That'll be exciting, because that's a pretty big jump. I mean, I'm dumb and uneducated, but I'm pretty quick to jump on things, and that might have been what it wanted. If this worked, we will have those little knobs showing up in red, and that might be a big step forwards towards attacking all of this on Thursday and getting farther, because that will imply that I made a class. So let's see. Spirit. That's mine. And I thank you, Sidara. That's exactly what I needed to know. We now have controls plus... Did you see the thing that I was talking about earlier? Let me show you the thing I was talking about earlier if I can make that happen. New window, history, JUCE tutorial. Get a load of this. This is beautiful. Check this out. Do this, override that, then make a other thing, and then set color, add this line of code. Isn't that beautiful? Add this line of code. However, I believe I can do the thing that they said they were doing. I bet. I'm just overriding it to do it only for one instance. That should work. That should work. Build succeeded. If we are correct, I've replicated the thing that it said, but without actually doing it. Let's see. And effects. Gain. Bam. That's the thing that they said you should do, but they didn't actually include the line of code that they claimed to do it. But I did it. Haha. So there you go. And, woo, like you said. That seems cool. So then the next thing would be, seeing as I've now replicated this, even though they have, I love how it says add this line of code to the main content component constructor. Thanks, JUCE. And now when we got this stuff going on, we're supposed to add this from the constructor and then add this class. That's what I did. And then we're doing some other stuff. And this should lead me to, like, because we got there, we got here. Now I need to follow the rest of this so that it can do this. And I'm looking to do it in a simpler way than either of the other folks that are using PampleJuice. I would like to just copy over what is already in, well, that might be or might not be possible. That might not be easy. But I'd like to just take what JUCE has already got and plunk it down where, well, no, those are the buttons. I just want to override the knob drawing part. And we should be able to do that with some of this, like with fill ellipses and draw ellipses. Like I said, one of the things I was going on about earlier, before I'm gonna log off as soon as I website GFX. I am trying to find the picture that I had before. Yeah, here we go. So Sodara, I even have a graphic. If we can open the damn thing. Come on. Open up. Very good. I see no reason why I can't do this in vector graphics, because this was done in vector graphics originally. This was done in a program called Real Basic. I have the code I used to do it. And you can see that the one on the side, focus, it's like a hybrid between vector and skeuomorphic that I really enjoyed back when I was doing this. And we've got our sharp little lines, we've got a slight indentation and the inverse for the detent. And this should be very doable. There's a lot of lines being drawn in here, granted. We've got a bunch of different colors, a bunch of different angles and shapes and things, but honestly, this should be very doable. Using exactly the same techniques that we have to do this, it should be very doable to do this, and if I can get all of this stuff through, I can probably learn how to put this into a class and share it with the rest of my stuff so that other people can use these knobs if they would like that look. It wouldn't necessarily use the original Mac OS. I'd like to use slightly different. Some of this stuff needs to look different, but this is also a early version of the same metering that I'm doing. I had this back in mastering tools. I've made it a little better, but I had this back in the day. And the GUI with this knob would be for all the plugins. It would simply not have all the same buttons and things, because this is largely macOS 9 GUI. And I'm not expecting to duplicate macOS 9 GUI for my stuff, although that would be funny as hell. But I'm looking to make these knobs live again. You can see how I've got them all in different sizes and managing different things. And by the way, Drive is my Drive plugin. Tilt is some kind of EQ. I don't know what Sheen was, or Glue, or Focus, but these were all things I was doing in audio back in the day, a long time ago. I see no reason I can't adapt all of these to the purpose of making GUIs. And ideally, see, the other thing that I'm missing is I ended up not having a way to do resized. I did this, and then I was not able to update sliders with a new form of set bounds without making everything crash. So we're going to leave that alone for now. But that's what I'm looking to do, is override draw rotary slider in a look and feel and do all my knob drawing there. I will probably try to do that on Thursday. And I'll be trying to make it look like this because I've already done this part. Back in the day, I had this in a Real Basic program, and I did all of this years before I started doing plugins at all. This is pre-plugins. It's all pretty much done by hand, and it's all being done with vector graphics. There are no PNGs or JPEGs or GIFs or anything like that being done to draw any of this. So yeah, I've done some of this stuff before. I told people that was something that I had done before. So all in all, save, quit out of there. My stove has beeped and claimed that it has warmed up. I have a pretty good feeling about where all of this is going, although some of the things I said that I was going to do, I didn't have time to do. I was going to do the thing where I could make a plugin to just duck everything and only allow little bursts of sound out periodically, because that's the only way I'm going to be able to do this metering thing and demonstrate stuff like Beatles songs where they are very fierce on the content ID and still allow little blips of audio to come through. Because the thing that I can do is start making videos where I'm demonstrating all this stuff using the plugin even before I release it publicly, because releasing it publicly is going to have to involve getting JUCE up and working myself, and that's not going to happen immediately. My hope is I can make all this so exciting that people want to help. But in the absence of that, I can at least make little steps along with it as I go. And it's looking like I'm going to be able to start doing my side of things involving sharing these tracks. And then I just need to make a plugin where I can export the video with the audio, and then I'll export another copy of the video with the audio cut out using the plugin that just mutes it most of the time and just lets little blips of audio through. If I do that, I'll be able to play damn near anything, whether it's content ID or not, because I'm simply not going to be playing the audio most of the time, but I'll be showing the graphic all the time. And all that that only needs a generic old school plugin like the ones I normally make that does that muting. Honestly, I've got stuff like the Tremolo Square. It's just not really set up to do it in a way that's graceful, but something like that, where it just lets a blip through, and that way, even if it's something that you don't get to hear all the way through, you can still hear little glimpses of it. And the fact that these are all like retro things, it's all vinyl records, so it tends to be very quiet, so it shouldn't be too abrasive to hear little blips of it, because what you'll be hearing is actually very quiet by usual standards. On that note, this has been a rough day, but super productive. And I will talk to you folks later. I'm going to go and have my tacos now. The oven is warmed up and everything is all ready. And yeah, I'll see you folks on Thursday. We're going to do more of the same. Bye-bye.